that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Both, I hope.
Dirt, my man. Do the math. Do the maths. Do the maths. My man, thank you very much for the 36. 3-year club. 3-year club. How we doing there, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. Hope we're well. Clearly can't count. Let me guess, another 24-hour shift, you're a little bit tired? I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much, my man. Good morning, though, boys and girls. Hope we're well. Today we're going to test some stuff. There's seemingly a large demand for people to be able to get bronze in this game. With, 1.6 million-ish just in collectibles. On top of the fact, if you want a max geared character, you need somewhere in the region of nearly 600,000 bronze to gear cap a single character. Yeah, people need bronze. People need bronze, so we're gonna start hunting it out, and I'm gonna tap in to some of my old school Mr. Pandaria knowledge to try and expose some farms that nobody's spoke about yet. And it blows my mind that some of the places on my list haven't been spoke about yet. But we're here to spill the tea today. That's what we're doing. We're gonna get a little test on the go. I'm going to start at the top of my list. I'm going to start with my absolute all-time favourite Mr. Pandaria farm that I'm amazed hasn't become like a group finder spam fest. Absolutely amazed. Also, I'm not really here either. Oh no! Yeah, that's not good news. Well, yeah, okay. I know as much as anybody else. Pets are our best friends, so yeah. Have one on me. Have one on me. 5 stream streak. Appreciate that. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. This big old panda fella though, he's going to stop busting his groove. Hang on. Where's my mouse gone? Who's yoinked me mouse? Let's get a couple of basic daily stuff out of the way, because there's a little bit of help I'm going to need from the stream today to test some of this stuff. Mostly because one of the spots we're going to take a little bit of look at is a 2x4 farm with mobs that potentially hyperspawn. So that's going to require 7 people who want to come along and do a bit of testing. I did test it briefly yesterday. To check that it works, and it does. Let's get some of the daily stuff just bashed out real quick. While I get some coffee in me whilst everybody rocks in this morning. I like to do sort of the more group content stuff once people have had a chance to turn up. As I know good old Twitch notification. Even though I start my stream the same day every single day, I know full well that Twitch notifications especially don't go out particularly reliably. Can we get some love on a reasonable dungeon and scenario this morning? Actually, why waste my time doing the random ones? Well, I need to do the random ones once today anyway. We need to do a raid finder queue to get the raid bosses done. I was also trying to tick off some of the last final achievements from this little mode. Little silly things I haven't done, I found yesterday. Real silly little things I haven't finished. I need to finish the Landform campaign, apparently. And Elusive Foes. These Elusive Foes ones are ones that are holding me back. The exploration side of stuff, which is really dumb for me to have not done. Look how many achievements I'm missing from just the exploration tab. Tour the Jade Forest. Why do I not have this? Why is this not finished? Why have I not even explored the entire map yet? Maybe let's get that on the go whilst we faff around waiting for a queue to pop. Where is it? We're missing one location. Absolute slacker. Oh, well, okay, we'll go do it. Oh, this one's nice, isn't it? Literally every time. A good 75% of the time I get this place. Can I not get kicked from it for being AFK this time, maybe, please? Flipping deserter debuff for being AFK for 30 seconds in a scenario. Madness.
By my beard, I thought I was done, but thanks.
Mikey with a 10 stream streak. Thank you, my man. Welcome in. Good morning. Appreciate your help last night, by the way. We'll explore that situation a little bit more later on. Let's go this way. Across the bridge. Do I not even have student out? Where's student gone? Can't believe we two-manned Mythic Siege of Orgrimmar. You funny. You funny. Don't start those rumours. People will start expecting me to do it. Don't tell them how. Spill the beans.
The King's champions have done it.
Wait, what? No, we didn't. Mikey's definitely 100% memeing. That said, Mythic Siege of Orgrimmar doesn't look scary in any way, shape or form, by the way. I'm very tempted to put a blast group together. Now, not that I want to put anybody out of business here, but I think it's entirely puggable. Entirely puggable, and the fact that people like Echo are selling it for like 1.5 million is absolutely madness. Then again, it's puggable if you've got a max geared character, which is 80 hours of play, so maybe it's not that puggable. We need to queue for another scenario. You did heroic TOT. It's weird, isn't it? Throne of Thunder's actually the end game. Throne of Thunder's genuinely, unironically, the end game. It's not Siege of Orgrimmar, not Siege of Orgrimmar Mythic. That thing I think pretty much falls over. TOT heroic. Throne of Thunder heroic. Pugged it a couple of days ago. It wasn't particularly difficult, just a healthy scale, so bosses last longer. Yeah, this is it. Like, it's Siege of Orgrimmar on Mythic mode just requires people to be doing 2, 3, 4 million DPS instead of 500k DPS, because they've just multiplied the health again. There's not really much else going on, to my understanding. If you can do heroic, you can absolutely do Mythic once you've got full gear. Where's the Dreamer's Pavilion thing? I was trying to find this earlier, and now why won't it let me find Dreamer's Pavilion? How do I get this? Where is it? Oh, flipping Lord have mercy. Tale of Endless Springs heroic is a nightmare with pugs. How is it? What's the problem with toes on heroic? What are you gonna have problematic with toes? First two bosses just tank and spank. What does Lei Shi, or whatever her name is, do on heroic that's any different? Anything? Is it just the last boss? Because you got that extra phase. Maybe. I'm not sure. I've done Terrace of the Endless Springs a fair few times on heroic, and I don't think I've had too many issues with it. It's a gear thing though. Like, this is the thing, right? All of these are like, they're just gear checks, item level checks. The Mythic Siege of Orgrimmar is only there to make sure that you have spent 600k bronze. That's literally the only reason it's there. It's not inherently any more difficult. It's just the target dummy has more health. I've had bad luck with the first, funnily enough. Probably need to wait longer on recruiting pugs. The first one has a kill order. You probably want to nuke them in the right order, which means people are going to... Well, it's as simple as the tank, presumably, or group leader putting a mark on them in the right order. Standing out of the ring of pain on the last dude, probably. I don't know, I can't remember the exact ins and outs of it, but then again, I'm a hunter, so I stand far away anyway. I avoid most mechanics by default. Easy mode hunters. Scumbags, eh? The light passing mechanic can be an issue if the fight takes more than 2 minutes, which it doesn't. True. Nuke it fast enough. Siege of Orgrimmar Mythic, it's a check on how many people are AFK expected to be carried. If everybody participates, it's fine. Yeah, this is why I think we could probably put Siege of Orgrimmar Mythic run together on the stream. I reckon there's enough people that watch the stream and tune in that would be geared to the teeth by this point and able to just, you know, pew-pew it. We might save that for... I don't know. I wonder if it's still too early to expect most people to have, like, silly gear. It's the hidden problem with being able to actually play the game 12 hours a day if I want. I very quickly and easily forget that other people can't and don't. I try and temper my expectations of others. It is not healthy to have played this for 12 hours a day since launch. So I should not expect others to have done it. Anybody that's got max gear right now needs to remember that grass is green. It's still relatively scary to think some people were max geared after like 48 hours. "12 hours a day since launch," those are rookie numbers. Well, there will be people that will... I mean, in fact, it's not even there will be. There absolutely categorically are people who are just blasted to the teeth, right? It's not uncommon now. If somebody was able to avoid the frog nerf and got pretty hardcore about it soon after frogs were a thing, it would not be that uncommon, I don't think, for those players to have 10k plus main stat. Even without being too sweaty. So like your actual geared to the teeth degenerates are probably at like 15 to 20k main stat by now.
My endless agony shall be yours as well. No rest.
That was me trying to like just carefully kill trash, not remembering that we can just nuke this place so fast. Oh, that's a boom. That's a boom. Not touching grass as long as the stats can go higher. Good plan. Good plan. Basically playing Diablo 3 at this point, so nothing... Yeah, it basically is. We're just grinding Paragon levels at this point. That's literally all it is. The only difference is we don't have the Greater Rift style endless difficulty mode, because it's scary to think that in a short period of time Mythic Siege of Orgrimmar will be puggable, because there'll just be that many players who have got max gear by that point. And I mean like proper puggable. I don't mean like I'm a streamer, I put a group together, GG. That's not really pugging, is it? That's as close to organised raiding as you can get. In fact, that's better than organised raiding, because most guilds struggle to put a roster of 20 people together. A streamer can quite often have a roster of 100 people at their disposal, if not more, if not thousands. I think streamers have it even easier than guilds. That's going to be such a thing. I tell you what, one thing Panda Remix has taught me, you know, is that we are making a guild for the War Within. While I may not profess to be doing all of the endgame content myself personally, I will make it so that people can. We will use the Discord, we will use the stream, we will use the ability to do cross-realm guilds massively to our advantage. Not even gearing my remix characters, just level them to 70. I mean, that's a perfectly valid way of getting a lot of bronze relatively effectively. Not only are you getting probably 80k bronze for every level 70 you make, but then they have 10k a day easy mode bronze on each of those characters as well. Annoyingly, it might mean you get into a position where you actually spend all of your time doing those 3 daily quests on multiple characters, but annoyingly, it's a very optimal way. If you can get those 3 daily quests done in like 20-25 minutes, especially if you're a class that can like insta-queue for dungeons and LFR, that's 10k bronze very quickly. Sure, you can't funnel it all to one to gear up a character, but if you're after the collectibles, then you are in luck, my friend. If you need an officer who wants to abuse his or her power, I am your guy. Sounds good. Sounds good. I think we'll definitely put something together. I'm hoping that cross-realm guilds become a thing with pre-patch. That's my hope. If they become a thing, because most systemic, is that the right word? Most systems turn up in the pre-patch. So I suspect that things like the full warband system, the cross-realm guilds, all of that sort of business should turn up in pre-patch, so that there's at least some time for them to smooth out the very clear bugs and issues and exploits and shit that goes on with it before the actual expansion launches. But if it does launch with pre-patch, we'll get the guild up and running ready for the expansion. Meaning you can be on your own servers. We don't necessarily... This is the one thing that stopped goblin guilds previously, is that goblins don't like stepping on each other's toes, right? They like their own space. They like to be on their own servers. They like to have their own stuff. But it has historically meant that gold-making communities are still very spread out. They're not that community-esque, right? Very rarely do they come together too much to play together or anything like those lines. Cross-realm guilds, that can all change. That can all change very easily. We can have the guild in place. People can still stick on their home realms if needed. We can get all the crafting orders for everybody done. We can even sort of, you know, unify pricing on them. You know, if we're a goblin guild, let's put some rules in place, you know. Guild orders, 10k a piece. Let's share the love, right? Charge more to the public if you can get away with it. Guild crafting order up, 10 gold, no mats. Yeah, well, if you want free guild repairs, 10k orders. It'll get instantly filmed. You know it's going to be done by somebody that knows what the hell they're talking about. Everybody will get leveled up faster. Everybody will make a bit of gold. All work together for a greater good. Can I? What? I never know what we're doing with this one. Oh, I have to wait for the panda to turn up, don't we? Oh wait, what? Are you coming? What's going on here? Speedy now. Why you not move? Why for you not move? Go. Oh, you come in. Good. Daily resets are great for pugs. If the group doesn't work out, you don't have to wait a week to try again. Yeah, this I think... Now, obviously, daily resets doesn't work in retail. You can't have every day being a reset day. People will pass out within minutes if that's the thing. It's a topic I want to talk about in a little bit more detail, actually. Maybe not necessarily right now, but the way the daily lockouts has affected people's playstyle. Where was I going with that? Yeah, but I think it's really lended itself to removing a fair... Now, you'll never remove all toxicity because it's a flipping video game, right? But, like, it's done quite a lot to remove a good amount of the toxicity. Since there's not that much inherent... if it doesn't work out today, I can just do it again tomorrow. It's not a big deal. When you're risking a week's lockout... And, you know, pugs in retail can be very more strict with who comes and why, and, you know, all of these, like, item level restrictions, and please link this, that, and whatever, and all of this business. Which is understandable, because those players want to guarantee success. They don't want it to fuck up, and then they have to come back and do it a week later, sort of thing. Tour of the Jade Forest. Elusive foes of the Jade Forest. Have I genuinely only killed one dude here? Okay, we need to do a lap of the rares then. Handy notes, where you at? Wait, hang on, do I not have handy notes? What's going on here? Rare NPCs. Let's just go find some rares. You're making a cross-realm goblin guild. I think it's probably worth a go for the War Within. It's probably worth a go. Now, like I previously mentioned, goblin guilds for the most part tend to not get very far. But I think the War Within is going to basically mean, right, well, you're fighting against, Dragonflight taught us that with the region-wide auction house, it's basically everybody against everybody else anyway. So, with that being the case, why not bring a little bit of it closer to home? Why would a little bit of a community feel around it be terrible? And I don't think it would. It might not work. People might get snarky. We might have guild drama. In that case, we crack the whip and we kick some people. It's easy mode, right? Just don't stand for any shit. Don't you dare crush my market, yeah. Hands off my pog essence. Get your own heavy callous hide. Yeah, I mean, what could possibly go wrong? The inherent risk is, yes, that it doesn't become a cartel. Because that's got people in trouble before. Because that's technically market manipulation at that point, which is against the TOS. You're not strictly meant to work together that, you know, incessantly with each other, but it's not a cartel, it's just a special interests group, exactly. We have anonymous names here. Who is it that keeps baiting? Are they in the guild? Quick, kick them. This is probably not doing a great job of selling it, is it? But we'll see. We'll see how it happens. We'll see what goes. Okay. Not having a great success finding rares. This is mostly because rares in Mr. Pandaria are actually rare, which is quite a, in a way, a comforting thing. When you see a rare, you're like, oh, rare. That won't be up again in 4 minutes' time.
What is your purpose? Seek the truth.
What do you want?
I've always wondered why they chose to make rares not rare. Why are they just like once a day loot pinatas? Star Schmucks Cartel? We'll call it not Costa Coffee. What's another global coffee brand that's not Starbucks? I don't know. Everybody has their own little... I mean, coffee's one of those things that's not like... I don't know. The Blackwood Nut Coffee. The Blackwood Nut Coffee Guild. Oh, Kenko. Yeah, true. The Nescafe Goblins. Rares were pretty rare, but it was changed to spawn more often a few days ago. Oh, were they really? Oh, so they've not... So they've even unrared the rares in remix mode. Oh, dear. Okay, I take everything back. Yay, 7% threads. Just what I always wanted. I need to get back to 5k main start. I feel weird having a 4 at the beginning of that number. Claxy rep, sure, whatever. Right, there we go. 14k bronze an hour at this rate. 10k bronze in like, what must be 25 minutes. Yutlamoka. Yeah. I don't think people would get it though. I don't think people would get it if we put a Finnish brand there. I mean, I'm absolutely in desperate need for a Powlig Coffee sponsorship deal, especially since I kind of know the Powligs. I'm not going to go into too much detail how I know them, but I do know them. Rares are a little less than normal, but I think I've killed about 50 to 200 of them in the last 2 days. Oh, really? I saw somebody somewhere talking about how actually running around killing all the rares, doing like just a lap per se, is actually not a terrible bronze and or thread farm. Because every rare gives you a bunch of stuff, and they're not exactly difficult to kill at level 70. With a bit of gear under your belt anyway. I'm doing a lap every hour. Maybe I should be doing some more of that. It's a good thing to fill some time. If you hit an instance cap, for example, it's a good thing to fill some spare time with, I suppose. I find leveling a character to 70 brings the bronze per hour to be exceptionally high. Yeah, we're starting to see some people posting some ridiculous numbers for 1 to 70 times. It's and I knew this would kind of happen as soon as we realised that you get 12% experience per normal boss kill. it was very quickly realised by anybody that's reasonably good at maths that, hang on, this cloak experience thing was not the big kerfuffle that it was first sold to be. Oh, where's our 324% cape? You don't need a 324% cape, my man. You can get better than that. There's also some wizardry, some shenanigans at play here that I hadn't even considered. Proper goblin doing goblin things here, right? I suspect this will be changed, but here's a hot tip for you. When you're doing normal mode bosses, turn off auto loot. Turn off auto loot, because what you want to do is you want to get the thread that gives you the 12% XP and leave the rest of the loot on the floor. Do not pick up the loot from the bosses. You want your 12% thread, and then you want to move on. You leave the rest because they go to your mailbox. So what you do is after you pick up your 12% thread from every boss. Do that throughout the whole raid. Maybe even do that for a few days, and you're accumulating a bunch of bonus XP tokens in your mailbox. Meaning that after a few days, you've stacked your cloak to like 300-400%. Then you loot everything from your mailbox, and boom, you're level 70. It's cheesy, and it's a probably clever use of game mechanics, but people have been doing it already. It's a sort of a hyper-optimal way of picking up the experience. It takes 7 days of doing one Mogashon Revolt normal to go from 25 to 70. Done it on 16 tunes now. Jesus. Don't need to do that when your cloak hits 580% experience. No, but yeah, you do. Yes, you do. Because those bonus experience are then affected by whatever your current experience gain on your cloak is. This is why I suspect it might get hot fixed. I suspect that the bonus XP tokens you get, because the number on the bonus XP token is a fixed value, and then it's multiplied by your experience gain on your cloak. And so you want to stack your cloak as high as possible before consuming these bonus XP tokens. What I sense will probably be changed is that these bonus XP tokens will be pre-calculated and then fixed. So whether you use it now or whether you use it in 3 days later when your cloak is bigger and better, it won't give you any different amount of experience. It'll be a fixed value for those tokens. Fun police will happen on that one for sure. I'm just letting you guys know of it now because it's just clever use of game mechanics. It's, you know, stack your experience and then get the... Stack your experience gain and then get the experience. Or they'll have an expiry time, or they just won't go to your mailbox. There's lots of things Blizzard could do to fix that one, but I suspect something will be done. Because it's that's omega cheesy. Omega cheesy. It's clever use of game mechanics. There's nothing wrong with doing it. It's a goblin do goblin things pretty much, but it's I suspect it will be adjusted once Blizzard realise that people are getting to level 70 in like 2.5 hours played. I think that's even too fast for Blizzard. What was I going to do? I kind of know what I was going to do. I'm just trying to figure out in my brain how to do it. Yeah, I need a group. I need a couple of people who are willing to join a group. I need 7 people, preferably. I need 7 people. Doesn't really matter what gear you have, I don't particularly think. But level 70s would probably be preferable. A bit of gear would probably be preferable. 7. Well, we're going to do a 2x4 farm. I need to get the 7 and then I'll split 4 off into a separate group. So I think we'll I I need 7 people who are willing to test a 2x4 farm. This means you're probably going to need at least an hour to throw at this. So if you're busy right now, Manth, you're gonna get us banned. Nah. Have you seen Group Finder recently? Have you seen Group Finder? Where is it? Kung Lai Farm, Warbringer. Well, that's interesting that there's only one of those there. Siege of Orgrimmar is what everybody puts them in. Siege of Orgrimmar Mythic. Kung Lai Farm, Kung Lai Farm. I've not tested this Kung Lai Farm, actually. Is it worth me going and having a look at this? Should we have a little poke around at this first? Why are people in groups of 5? Why are people not 2x4ing it? Kung Lai Farm, good layer. Why are people doing it in groups of 5? Wait for the Wowhead article 30 seconds after you do it. I killed all of the Jade Forest rares whilst you talked, so yeah, they have changed the spawns. Oh, have they really? Oh, okay. Okay, hold fire then. I want to go quickly have a look at this Kung Lai Farm business. I'm blue balling you all here, I know, but... just put me in a group. I think I roughly know where it is anyway. Yeah, you take a 476 DPS. Where is it? Oh, it's... Oh, I know... Oh, I know exactly which one this is now. See, this is the thing. I don't need to know what the farm is particularly. I just need to know where it is on the map. And then I go, oh, it's those mobs. Okay. Sure. I can't leave these balls floating in the air. That's sacrilegious. These hyperspawn then, do they? These fellas at war. Is that what it is? Clearly. Yeah, it's just you're killing a lot of stuff. Yeah, they respawn pretty quick, don't they? They respawn pretty quick. It's another one of those, right? This is why I have this love-hate relationship with this sort of stuff. In terms of the fact that, well, yeah, it's great. It's great, but it's not fun. And this is where my main criticism of these sorts of farms come from. I would much rather do dungeons or something. Because standing here mindlessly killing mobs, whilst effective... Let me actually reset my cape just to get a baseline. Random heroics is very good. You need to do a little bit of cheese so you only get like you get a smaller pool of heroics because some of them take too long. But yeah, that stun's annoying. Those are quest mobs too. Good luck to anybody that actually wants to do the story achievements. Well, that's why hyperspawns exist in the first place. The hyperspawn mechanic is for that exact reason. That if it's a quest mob, they want there to always be some mobs available to kill, regardless of how many people are doing it. That's the sole reason why hyperspawns exist, why the tech exists. Just kind of go round in a lap here. This is one that could easily be 2x4'd for like massive improvements in optimization. I wonder if people are choosing not to put 2x4s in group finders just because it's like, I don't know, they think that Blizzard aren't going to notice. I don't know. Players think crazy things. Random heroics, pretty good. 5k threads an hour, 20k bronze an hour. Plus, obviously, yeah, with what? As long as the mailbox monster doesn't chew up half your stuff, you'll be good to go, I reckon. Yeah, I can't lie, this is actually annoyingly good. It's annoyingly good, this one. It's annoyingly good because it's brain dead easy. Although, what are these mobs health-wise? Am I just nuking everything because I'm max geared? That's also something I've got to kind of bear in mind a little bit here. Before you're max geared, your time to... Well, you just leech off somebody else again then, I suppose. I prefer the other one. I think the one we're going to talk about in a little bit beats this one. I'm pretty sure I have someone up my sleeve that's better than this. Got 32k an hour here yesterday, counting gear and gems. This is pretty good. This is going to be pretty good. The only downside drawback for me of this one is that there's probably a lot of running around to do. You kind of need to just go in a big loop and just kill every pack individually, loot every pack, and just go in a big circle, I reckon. But yeah, this is quite good. Just go in a big loot everything, yeah. I never find any of these farms enjoyable, though. It's why I try to hunt out other stuff. But annoyingly, the more mobs you can kill in an hour, the better results will get nearly every time. Because practically every mob in this entire mode has the same loot table. So it's literally down to how many mobs can you kill an hour. That's really the crux of it. What are we at so far? 20k bronze an hour. Well, we've looted 2. We've clearly not been doing this for an hour, but... Random show of anger. Should probably go kill that. The thing is a lot of the old hyperspawn spots that were nerfed back in Mr. Pandaria days are good again now. And the way they nerfed them way back in the day was they just removed most of the basic stuff off the loot table, and or they removed the XP off them. Because 2x4 farming, believe it or not, back in Mr. Pandaria was not necessarily always about making gold. It was often a case of that you would be using it to level up. Level up, or in many cases, the lesser charms of good fortune. So the reason this one works so well, this was a spot that way back in the day had the XP removed from the mobs. And when you remove the XP from the mobs, this became borderline useless. That's where sort of 2x4, or not necessarily 2x4, but like group hyperspawn killing sort of started from. Started from like, what can we kill to get as many kills per hour to level up as fast as possible. Oh, it's considered my group all of a sudden, sure. With enough level 70s at your disposal, short term you can probably do better than this bronze wise by doing the daily quests on those level 70s. Short term. Obviously you can only get that quick 10k once a day per level 70. Oh, the group's like fully disbanded. Okay, well that's a good little test that this thing works. 3,500 threads and 20k bronze an hour before you nuke any of this stuff. Kind of farming sucks. Yeah, welcome in, Adjusted, by the way. Yeah, I mostly agree. I mostly agree. This method of farming is like the most repetitive, grindy, boring stuff you can possibly do, which is why I tend not to like it too much. But hey, a quick 10-minute review of the farm, yeah. I mean, it works. Definitely works. Definitely works. Requires a lot of running about. The area, lots of mobs, but lots of running about. That's probably why it's good for bronze. Lots of mobs, lots of running about. Requires you to be constantly moving. Waiting for the however, boys and girls. Well, let's test another one. Let's test one that has very surprisingly not been public yet, to my understanding, which blows my mind because it was a really good one back in the day. We are going to go kill some monkeys in the Jade Forest. Start group. I'm not even going to put it in here. I'm going to put it in questing. Find a group. Start group. Manthe. We are in the Jade Forest. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Where's Mikey at? I should save Mikey a spot if I'm honest. Okay, cool. Right, we'll keep it at 4 just for the minute. Why have you all phased? Odd. I suppose you probably want to know where we're going, don't you? To the pirate ship at the very south. To the pirate ship at the very south of whatever this zone is called, the Jade Forest. Wreck of the Vanguard, I guess. Hosen Scavengers. This place, I'm amazed hasn't been utilised more, because these flipping Hosen Ravengers hyper spawn like you wouldn't believe. And with a couple of people, you don't even need to move. Dot them up, they got low health, they die super quick. You can dot these fellas up so goddamn easy. And by the time you've killed them, 4 more have respawned. Which is crazy, right? So you can all kind of, around this area, you can all kind of pick a spot. And you just pew pew, like quite genuinely. You just wreck things. You don't have to worry about the ones on the boat. Just straight up kill everything in sight. And for the most part, you can stand in one spot and there is never not something to kill. Tome of the Polymorph Monkey for mages. Yep. This is the thing, right? I've started to realise that outside of like the goal making community, a lot of people just are not aware of these farms. Just, you know, blissful ignorance, you know, because Pandaria was ages ago by all records. It was flipping ages ago. Most people never played Pandaria in its infancy. And I reckon with 4, this becomes... like I said, you could fit a 2x4 farm in here pretty easy. You can spread yourselves out a little bit, and for the most part, you're never not killing something, which is usually rule 1 of hyperspawn farms. Always be killing. General population did not like Pandaria for some reason. I'll loot whenever you want. Just run around and loot. I don't think it needs to be particularly timed. I tend to just like casually run around most of the zone killing things. This is what the advantage of doing it in a group. It means that other people's kills is gonna, you know, benefit you. You're just trying to kill things the second it spawns. You could all pick designated spots and go loot after 2 minutes and all this sort of stuff, but like I said, a truly well put together 2x4 experience here means you would basically be able to stand in one spot. I actually used this spot way back in the day for leveling hunters whilst multi-boxing. And I could predominantly stand them in one spot and then just with fetch, loot at the same time. Wonderful. I mean, I can do that now, technically. Very good for leveling teams back in the days for multi-boxing. Threads and bronze wise, initially it doesn't seem to be quite as hype, maybe. It depends on if you can get the hyper spawn really ticking. But there's no denying, they hyper spawn, they drop loot, GG. Pandaria was my first full expansion. Pandaria was a really good expansion, like overall. I think the only problem they had with Pandaria, right, is it didn't really appeal to the core audience of WoW players at the time, which just set it off on the wrong foot, really. People were like, "Oh, these cute fluffy pandas. What's this weeb shit? What like, why are we not, you know, all running around with big swords, swinging dick? We're not like." Why are we playing these cutesy pandas all of a sudden? That was the main consensus about Pandaria, right or wrong. You know, a lot of people will put off the expansion just because of that. And when you start on a negative foot, it takes a hell of a lot to flip you back round to go, you know what? I like this weeb shit. It takes a strong man to turn around and admit that they're actually soft as cookie dough. So I think they were fighting an uphill battle with Pandaria from the beginning, which they shouldn't have been, because we just come out of Cataclysm, to be fair. And people were so pissed by the end of Cataclysm, especially since the fact we went all the way through Cataclysm expecting to to have this heroic Deathwing fight and to kill Deathwing and to be flipping, you know, this epic battle, and then all we do is we tickle his freshly painted toes. It's like, oh, okay, sure. And then a 13-month wait before any new content, and then the new content we get is cute and fluffy and it's pandas with monks. What's this about? You know, they were kind of yeah, uphill battle, I think is the concept. But by the end of Pandaria, it was pretty well received by most, I think. I actually tested this little place out a touch yesterday solo. The nice thing is even if this they respawn so fast, and the fact that they have so little health means this is actually quite viable for people to do solo as well. Most hyper spawns only really work once you really get into the, you know, triggering the hyper spawn super fast. And really do rely on having multiple other people for it to even work at all. This one though, maybe you know, I've got a take into consideration, being fully geared definitely helps because I one-shot everything, but you can come down to this little spot whenever you please and kill a few monkeys and feel as if your time is worth being spent. Yeah, the fact that you can do it solo makes it quite cool in my books. They're weak enough, and they spawn fast enough, and they're clumped up close enough that you can kind of still do it solo, even if you can't get into a group or something. Or even if, you know, there's another farm out there that's deemed better at the time that everybody else is doing. But it's one of those, right? The best, the quote-unquote best farms, it can actually be really quite difficult to get into a group that's any decent. And if you end up fighting for tags, that you almost might as well not bother with some of the farms if you're fighting for tags. This was the problem with frogs, believe it or not. Frogs got so popular so quickly that actually for most people who even tried to farm frogs, it wasn't that fruitful. Which is the shame in all of it, really. There was people who didn't really get much out of frogs because they turned up to the party late, and yet still got hit with a nerf bat, which feels a little bit tough. I can understand. Not very frequently will I side with the players who have, you know, seemingly done the bad thing, but I definitely genuinely understand the people who like didn't really get into a good frog farming group in the first place. Maybe did it for an hour or so. Didn't really actually get many kills per se, yet still got slapped with a massive nerf after they then spent the rest of the week trying to grind hard and level their cape up. Which is, you know... There was some victims with that one. People won't agree with that because people will be like, froggers are bad, but... froggers are bad. The game's the game. I might just stand here for a while and pew pew. Flipping boomkins in this spot probably absolutely shred, you know. Just flipping dot everything up, and by the time it's dead, there's another one to dot up, and you'll just permanently be go mode. Luckily, focus is not really an issue for me with my gear, so I can still be spamming. Moonfire's one-shotting. Is it? Okay. Well, there you go. I'm sure if you optimized it a little bit and like assigned people spots to stay at and then did, you know, a 2-minute raid warning to go and loot and stuff. I'm not that savvy when it comes to the whole 2x4 farming thing. I tend to, for the most part, steer clear of it. But I thought since my knowledge of Mr. Pandaria and their respective farms is quite good, I should maybe share some of the love. Frog has got me 40k per character for free. What's not to like? Well, that's true. Not to mention they probably spent a week boosting you as well. I still don't quite know what's up with my account because I got cloak nerfed and I got 40k per character. I'm not quite sure how that happened. Something is wrong somewhere, but I'm too afraid to ask what's wrong. I don't want to ask what's wrong in case I don't know. I don't know what the better solution is. Either I get my old cloak back or they take 40k bronze off me. I don't know. I don't know what the problem... I don't know what the solution is there, but... The reality is I'd probably trade a week of being overpowered. I mean, I don't know. It's odd. Only the frog toon didn't get the 40k. I got the 40k on my frog, on this character. I got the 40k on this dude and then woke up the next day to find my cloak being nerfed. Sure. I don't know how that works. Spaghetti code or what? Any news on beta? No. I feel like I should be doing what every other content creator's doing and putting it in the title of their stream just to build hype for something and get clicks, but I still don't. I still don't actually believe that beta's happening this week. I know a lot of people are pushing that hopium, but I'm not convinced. I think it's still technically too early. Some people are already running around saying that, oh, we're going to have an expansion launch in like 3 months. We haven't, motherfuckers, we ain't got a release date yet. You do not understand. We haven't even got a release date for the new expansion. This is the only thing that's making me slightly concerned for end of August, September launch. The fact that we haven't got a release date yet. Do you know how much money Blizzard and now Microsoft will spend on marketing the new expansion? That expenditure doesn't happen overnight. And that isn't going to happen until we have a release date and they have some marketing content to throw out there. What are we in now? June, July, August. If the expansion's due to come out at the end of August, that's maybe the only justification for us getting the beta like right here, right now. Is that if they plan on releasing it in about 3 months' time, we need a beta and we need a release date ASAP. If we don't get beta just yet and we don't get a release date, it's going to be an October, November release again. The logical thing is that when Panda Remix finishes, the logical thing is that when this finishes on August the 19th, we roll straight into pre-patch and off we go. I mean, that's a very obvious assumption to draw, and it would be nice if that is the case. Then we have about a month of pre-patch, and then we go ham halfway through September. Seems to work for me. Seems to work for me. It means we'll if that happens, then we'll be looking at a 0.1 patch, probably end of January. Means that it doesn't interrupt the festive period too much. It's not too long, but until the first patch turns up. I think, maybe. It's almost 6 months, but the first patches I've noticed either come out really quickly or they take flipping ages. They've done this 0.5 business for the last few expansions now, I suppose, which slows down a little bit. Okay, right. Well, I'm pretty content with a bit of testing here. One thing I will say is this is probably not as good as the Kung Lai spot. But I don't know. I think the one advantage this place probably has is that it's actually also soloable. I think the Kung Lai spot is going to have real problems with A, finding a shard which hasn't got a bunch of farmers on it in the first place, and B is probably going to be heavily reduced, heavily diminished results if you're solo. but I don't have... Oh, I suppose I do have a fresh level 70 character I could test this on just to see how it feels on a fresh toon. It's difficult when I one-shot everything to really get a good idea. It's a questing area too, so you might get people complaining about 2x4s there. I don't think this is a questing zone, which is why it surprises me why it hyperspawns. Or is it maybe an alliance questing zone, this? Is there some... I don't even know. Oh, it's an alliance quest, is it? Oh, okay. Well, they hyperspawn so goddamn fast, no 2x4 is going to get in the way of a quest. I don't think. But, you know, it's another one to put on the list. I guess there's, I guess that's really the advantage, isn't it? That if, there's always going to be a meta farm, there's always going to be the cookie cutter farm. But if you've got the choice of 1 or 2 or 3 different spots that are all relatively similar, at least then you, you know, if one's overly busy. Hi, my name is Manthius and I'm a Hosener. Yeah. I also find it relatively weird their Blizzard's take with the frog things, because it's not like they... I don't know. What's the word? There's a word for this that I try and use a lot and I can never remember what it is. It's a little bit hypocritical in a way. They've nerfed other farms, sure, but there's also still a whole bunch of hyperspawn farms out there. And also, this is a game mode where it kind of prioritizes you and incentivizes you to go and kill a lot of shit really fast and be OP and one-shot things. Like, it's kind of wrote on the box that this is part of the gameplay mode of this, right? You know, people have made a lot of similarities to Diablo 3 with this, in terms of like the repetitive, ever-growing grind sort of thing. You wouldn't see them like nerfing rifts in D3 because people were running them too fast. No, that's the point. That's what you're meant to be doing. This is kind of like the point. So this is the only thing that I think why... The only reason Blizzard did anything about the frogs is because there was such an outrageous backlash about the frogs. Yeah, it feels odd that all of these other farms are just like, yeah, sure, you go for it. We're going to nerf them, mind, but you go for it. There's no repercussions for doing these ones. That's what I kind of think is the slightly hypocritical aspect. Why can you do all of these other hyper farms and they just nerf the farm and then people go find another one? Why did frogs get a slap on the wrist? It's the inconsistency that confuses me. Either this kind of farming, this kind of like way of doing things isn't to be a thing, and they should just turn off all hyperspawn mechanics. Or it is meant to be a thing, and then it comes into question, well, why did you slap the first people that did it? Like, why did you throw a rollback onto your early adopters? I don't know. It just yeah, the charms, sure. Other things have had lesser charms. Other farms have had lesser charms as well, and they've just nerfed those. There's not been any repercussions for those. And how and why were players to understand that? Oh, because it drops a lesser farm, it's considered bad. Like, that's the weird thing for me. That's the inconsistency. Before this game mode even started, I and many others were like, yeah, 2x4 farming to get maximum bronze per hour is going to be the way that people are going to play the game. It was so obvious. If you have one currency that drops from doing anything, people are like water. They're going to take the path of least resistance to maximum results. They've nerfed the charms dropping nearly everywhere as a result. Well, the lesser charms aren't, let's be real here, they're not exactly needed in this game mode. You're not, you know, the initial concept of the lesser charms were for bonus rolls on loot in raids. We don't have loot dropping particularly in raids. Not things that you bonus roll on per se. It's like, why did the charm... Okay, the charms are then used for a turn-in to get some rep a little bit quicker. Just get rid of charms. Let people do things. Rep doesn't do anything. I have a conspiracy theory that the frog situation was used to artificially extend the event. Since we lost way more progress than what the frogs gave us, and no other rollbacks from similar activities. I partially agree. I know it's touch conspiracy, but this is the only thing I can think that justifies throwing a slap on the frog farmers and not on anything else. Is that it was so good to do, you were mental to not do it in the first place. And Blizzard probably very carefully calculated. I'm a numbers guy. I'm a spreadsheet guy. So I can see this from a mile off. It was very clear that somebody at Blizzard took a spreadsheet and a calculator out and worked out how long it should take players to get max gear based on an average amount of bronze acquisition per day. And that was meant to mean that the entire player base as a whole kind of struggled through at the same sort of rate. You know, and things progressively over a period of weeks, but not days, got easier and easier for everybody. Frogs turned up, players got uber powerful, practically max powered in like 3 days, which was unforeseen by Blizzard. And so they rolled them back to take some of that power gain away. But it didn't help the fact that item level is king. Like, that's great and all, but item level is absolutely king. They should, dare I say it, they should have rolled back the gear. But that would have caused just an even bigger problem because gear was hella expensive. And I don't know how they would have easily done that. This is the problem. That's not as straightforward. They could have very easily just taken all of your gear away from you and you log in one day and you're naked. But then, obviously, whatever the systems are in place for item upgrades being at a discount, they'd have to then reset those counters for all of those players as well. I think there's a lot more involved with that. And I think it's why it took them a week to even do the rollback in the first place. Because they were like, shit, how do we fix this? How do we actually fix this? We obviously will never find out what they truly considered the problem of it to be. Other than, well, players got too powerful too quickly. And by proxy of that, we need to rein them in a bit. But we can easily reset their cloak back to a default level. That's hot fixable, and we can bang that code out in a few days. To do anything more severe than that, like roll back people's gear and reset all of their item upgrades and all of this sort of stuff, is probably way more involved and probably wouldn't have been able to have been done as fast. And so it became not an option, because they wouldn't be able to implement it quick enough. But I do genuinely think, if it was that players got too powerful too quickly, if that was truly what the problem with frogs was, then the smarter play, and probably the thing they would have liked to have done, is roll back the gear. Would you stick to it if they roll back on my gear? No, I'd be out of here quick as a flash. That's also something that's worth considering. yeah, they reset my cloak down to 2,500 stats, but I still had every desire to log in and play the game every day. If you took all of my gear away from me, after that first week of grind, I'd have put the game mode down and wouldn't have logged back in again. And I think many others would, and actually I think some probably have. That's also something that was probably in their consideration. That, well, actually, if we take all of the gear off these players, are they just going to, you know, G-quit, see you later? Which is a problem as well when they're, you know, when it's Echo. And how much free press are content creators and streamers giving the mode? What's Blizzard's current... I wonder what Blizzard's recent resubscribe rate has been since this launched, for example. These are all things you've got to consider. We don't see even a fraction of the numbers that Blizzard are playing with here. And we don't have any true understanding of exactly what they're aiming for and trying to achieve. But that's all very tinfoil. Very, very conspiracy-esque. They're clearly counting mob kills since they gave us is frog a flag. So just calculate what the frog's kills gave and take that away. But then people would lose that much power. It might have been seen by the community that froggers weren't punished enough. Hard to say what really the goal of the rollback was. Yeah, it's difficult. It is a bit difficult to figure out where the actual problem truly lied. And that's what leads to the inconsistency for me. It's like, well, if 2x4 farming has been outlawed and seen as a way where you gain power too quickly, then why has there been no repercussions for any of the other 2x4s? And why are Blizzard absolutely 100% chasing their tail to nerf all of the spots that hyperspawn and people are using for 2x4s? And have they, after a few days, given up? Because we've had a bunch of hotfixes out in the last few days, and they have seemingly not hotfixed any of the more recent farms, where they were hot on it for a good few days at the beginning. They were hot on it. Nerfed farms, nerfed the gate. Gate was an exploit, to be fair. Nerfed goats, of all things. Like super fast. Goats lasted 24 hours. But in recent days, they seem to have either stopped caring about the hyperspawn farms, or maybe are just waiting to patch them all in one go, or they're working on something bigger. Maybe just that. Maybe they're working on a hotfix that just straight up removes hyperspawns from the entire game mode. Sure, you can kill shit, but once it's dead, it's going to take 4 minutes to respawn. And they nerfed frogs on a weekend. Yeah, Sunday afternoon. Are you mad? Sunday afternoon hotfixes? What is this about? That was some developers have had a phone call on the weekend and are like, you need to fix this now. That's an overtime double pay situation, that is. I don't know. It'd be really cool to be a fly on the wall at Blizzard HQ sometimes, it really would. Just to gain a better understanding of what goes into the decisions that they make. This is kind of the transparency that lots of players would like, but I think it's probably only right that we don't see a lot of it, to be fair, though. Overtime pay in the US, lol. Pay in the US? I'm surprised the Blizzard devs don't work for tips. You complete a dungeon, I'm surprised there's not a pop-up in the middle of the screen that says, our devs worked hard to bring this content to you. Would you like to leave a 30% gratuity? Probably shouldn't give them any ideas, should I? Gratuity. That word makes me feel sick, by the way. Sorry, Team USA. You are getting fucked over. Why am I paying your wage? Why is your boss not paying your wage? I bought the product at a markup, at a profit in the first place. I wasn't buying my products from you at cost now, was I? So why am I paying your wages? Why is your boss taking his profit and then not paying you? I don't know how America fixes that problem, but the tipping system is done goofed. I try to avoid politics on my stream in most cases, but it's one thing that I cannot get my head around. That kind of shit in the EU just doesn't swing. Like, doesn't swing. There are entire countries in Europe that have zero tipping policy. I live in one. In Finland, tipping is considered almost insulting. Unless it's in very rare circumstances. Not to mention, people are so goddamn honest in this country. If you try and tip somebody in this country, they will put that tip money not in their own pocket, but in a jar, and then at the end of the day, it gets split with all of the staff. That's the level of honesty. Even, you know, even places that do have some tip jar kind of thing, right? But for the most part, tipping's almost frowned on. It's like, are you trying to say, I don't make enough money doing my job? Like, kind of, you know, it's almost an insult. Hi, I'm Rokano in game. Oh, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Best hunter spec, BM all day. BM all day. BM all day. But I might be slightly biased. Right, boys and girls, I've got my information on this. I'm gonna not spend the entire stream mindlessly killing poor Hosen, mostly because whilst I wanted to test the viability of this little area, the gameplay drives me absolutely batshit crazy. So I'm gonna love you and leave you on this one. I thank you very much for the test. You can obviously stick around and keep killing Hosen all you like. Do with this farm as you wish. For reference, there will be a YouTube video of said spot popping up on the YouTube channel later today, because I am going to farm it for some free internet points. But yeah, do with it as you want. I'll sometimes leave $1 or $2 on the table of a restaurant if the service was exceptional. That's the thing. In Finland, it has to be over and above, right? Not, you know, if you go to a restaurant and you get served on, that's part of the restaurant experience. That's why you're paying 35 euros for a steak. You're paying 35 euros for a steak because a professional has cooked it for you. A very professional individual has brought it out to you. Somebody has made your stay there feel relaxing, comforting. That's why you paid 35 euros for your steak, right? You also know that when you're paying 35 euros for that steak, that the people involved are also being paid properly. If they weren't, the business wouldn't be there in the first place. Sure, if they go really over and above, then sure, you can leave an extra couple of euros, but there's no minimums, there's no nothing. You know, a tip is just that. It's a bonus. It's a tip. The concept of it being built into the bills is wild. Actually wild. I'm in the UK and I only tip my tattoo artist. So, see, that is one of the avenues where I think it is far more acceptable, right? Like a tattoo artist They are, well, the hint's in the name there, right? They're an artist. It is a one-on-one thing. You are paying for their time, their expertise, their skills on a one-on-one basis. If you think they've done a good job, drop them a tip. I'm sure they'll be very appreciative of it. You go into Starbucks and they go, psh, here you go. That'll be a 30% tip, please. You can fuck off with your 30% tip. Madness. Restaurants, barbers. Yeah, you can like I said, I don't disagree with the concept of tipping. If somebody's done a good job and they've gone over and above, then here's a bonus. I'm all for that. I'm absolutely all for that. You know, if you turn up to a restaurant and you're a table of 6, a table of 8, a table of 10, a table of 12 even, you know, it sometimes requires the wait staff to go a little bit over and beyond. You know, if you're a table of 12, does all your food come out at the same time? If all of your food comes out at the same time and you're a table of 12, well, that's actually required a little bit over and above effort, hasn't it? So you can start to justify it a little bit there, but if I go pick up my own sandwich out of a fridge and go pay for it at a self-service till and I get a pop-up, would you like to leave a tip? The answer is no! It's madness. Crazy. Pre-configured tip percentages? Yeah, get bent. Absolutely. No. I'd rather walk out and not pay. Suck on that. It's crazy. It's the fact they expect a tip as soon as you walk in, but then I'm Dutch and get annoyed by many countrymen who are too stingy to tip if somebody provides above and beyond service. Hotels are always an odd one. Hotels are an odd one. The tipping culture you see in hotels is always odd. Dude, you brought my suitcase up a flight of stairs when I didn't ask. You literally took my suitcase out of my hand and walked in front of me and carried it upstairs. No, you are not having $5. I was quite content doing that myself, but you gave me little to no choice. That I consider theft more than anything else. You stole my suitcase and then held it at ransom. No, go away. Put your hand back in your pocket. You gotta be mad. Especially if you've paid flipping $200 for a crappy little room for one night. Sometimes I actually realise I am more British than I think. When I hear myself say some of the things, I'm like, yeah, I'm a Brit for sure. I am going to be one of those grumpy old men. I think I'm halfway there. Oh dear. Don't get me talking about inflation. Lord have mercy. I've probably just done a fantastic job of like pissing off all of Team NA, but you know. Let's get some gems sorted. Used to travel a lot. I used to leave a little hand-painted note saying thank you and €1 to €2 on the table for the cleaning lady every day. This is a good practice and may result in little extras in your rooms. Yeah, there are some life hacks along those lines that work very well. There are a couple you can do at airports, and I presume as well also then in like hotels. Whereas if you are at the check-in desk, for example, your board. If you present your, this may not work everywhere, mind, but if you present your boarding pass and your passport at the check-in desk with a 20 in the middle, and kindly ask, "Are there any upgrades available?" You'd be surprised what comes your way. And if there are no upgrades available, because there are legitimately no upgrades available, you'll most likely get that 20 back. There are ways in this world to get shit for free, if you know how to ask for it. Concierge in a hotel, same scenario. But you have to be chivalrous. You have to be... What's the right word I'm looking for here? You have to be content with the answer that might be no. And that's where some people fall down, right? Oh, well, I gave you 20 bit. I gave you 20 bucks. Can't you give me something for free? No. No, you dick. If they say no, the answer's no. During flying, just be nice and smile once in a while. Gets you very far. Already dealing with enough grumpy businessmen and Karens. Yeah, absolutely. True. Yeah, who would have thought it, right? Who would have thought it? Just being a nice, general individual might get you places. Who would have thought it, right? Crazy talk. Absolute madness. Right, I could go and do some raids and stuff on this dude. Is there any other farms that are worth looking at? There's a question. I've got one more up my sleeve, but it's not as good as the... It's not a hyperspawn farm. And it also doesn't really support many people very well, which is why I may keep it up my sleeve for a rainy day. Create 5 accounts, do dailies. Well, that's also a potential for sure. Did you get the toy from the Theramore scenario? I haven't done, actually. No, that requires you to have an exact level 35 character, doesn't it? Some shenanigans with being exactly level 35. I can't remember what it is. I also do not mind telling anybody who's nasty for no reason how evil of a human being they are. Well, that's true. This is one thing that definitely comes with age. For example, when I was, I don't know, 18 to probably 25, I didn't go out of my way, but I tried incredibly hard to make sure most people I encountered liked me. From the ages of sort of 18 to 25. You know, your early sort of working years, right? I tried very hard to make sure everybody that I came across liked me in somewhat shape or form. There came a point, though, I was like, fuck that noise. That's absolutely ridiculous. Some people out there are dicks. I'm not going to put in one iota of effort if you're an asshat in the first place. I guess working in retail for a fair few years taught me that there is enough dum-dums out there that is having everybody like you. No. If somebody's a dick, you get them out of your life. Double time. I once came across a mini pocket Bible, and inside all it said is "Don't be a cunt." That's literally the only rule you need in life. That'll do you, right? You don't need 10 commandments. You don't need 500,000 words from a wise person. 4 simple words will do it. Absolutely. As a product manager, my job is to be liked by the right ones daily. They do not report to me, but still I need them to work and accomplish my goals. True. Must have been a British mini Bible. Sounds like it. Sounds like it. Right, where are we going to go test then? There's somebody's saying there's a mantid one, right? There's something in Dread Wastes, is there? Where would it, if I was a mantid and I was in the Dread Wastes, where would I be hiding? Zan Neves, there's probably lots of things going on down there. The Scar running through the middle, I don't think is truly a hyperspawn, but there's lots of shit to kill, that's for sure. Zanvez, is this where let's go and have a little bit of a look down there, because I know from history there's lots of mobs down there at the very least. There's clearly a farm of some sort going on. Let's go and have a look.
Tell me of your travels.
Let's go and have a poke around. A bit of a nosy. Managed to pull off a 1k plus heist of Lei Shen troves. That's pretty impressive. I keep forgetting to do that, you know. And this is mostly because I don't naturally fall into the Isle of Thunder most days. Only if I actually get around to killing Naluk or want to do a Throne of Thunder raid and don't take a summon, do I ever step foot on this spot. Zanvez is nice for cloak. Lots of tiny little mobs. Is it a good thread farm, is it? See, weirdly, I don't particularly care that much about bronze. Bronze is easy to come across just by playing and doing pretty much anything. It's a high thread per hour spot. Intrigues me more than anything else. Because at least on this toon, I don't strictly have any need for the bronze other than just stockpiling it to, you know, buy the collectibles with. Which once I've got, I mean, I've got 164,000 bronze on this dude. And apparently 263,000 across my toons right now. Once I've bought the remix specific mounts, which is only 103,000, anything else to me is a bonus, honestly. It's only Mog and a few toys from then on. Make a random heroic spam group with a trial account. I'm tempted to twink a level 20 on a trial account. I have 7 spare accounts lying about right now, of which none of them have a sub currently. So we could make a trial level 20 and twink it out. Could be funny. What are we thinking is a good class and spec for that? Preferably you want something that moves fast, has an instant cast, BM. Monks, lots of people are saying monks. Monks because they do spinny things, right? Spinning kick. Druids, I think, with swipe potentially. Fastest class by far, the Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter stacking Mastery. What does... I don't play Demon Hunters, but I know Demon Hunters and Mastery is a thing right now. What does Mastery do for a Demon Hunter? Does it directly increase their movement speed? Like speed would. But of course speed is capped at 49% on everybody else. It gives you movement speed? Oh, okay, so yeah. Yeah, okay. So being able to stack it further... Yeah, okay. I see why Demon Hunters are doing silly things now. You have to skill into it, but yes, okay. What's the tune? I couldn't tell you. Let me just share you a link. It is an absolute banger of a tune, though, by the way. Chain lightning farming is visually very pleasing. It's true, actually. I love a bit of shaman chain lightning. Absolutely. What was the syndicator with the bronze tooltip? It was called... I don't flipping know. It was called... Syndicator. That's what it was called. That is yes now, meaning I can hover over my bronze either in my bags or here presumably and see how much I've got on different characters. What does syndicator mean? Well, think synchronization. So it sort of merges everything together, I believe, is the... I couldn't tell you the dictionary definition. But a syndicator to be something that brings multiple things in line with one another. Something along those lines, at least, anyway. Sounds like a bad mob in a game, though. Yeah, it sounds like some gangster game. Oh, I got my knees capped by the syndicator. Probably with or without the very poor Cockney accent. Noun, syndicator. One that syndicates. No shit. One that organises investment in limited partnerships by different parties. So yeah, in conceptually bringing multiple things together. Why have I got a quest on these fellas? Is it literally just these things? Is this because they were daily? And it's probably just the fact that there's hundreds of the motherfuckers around here, right? Just shit to kill all over the place. Just a large cluster of mobs. Was it these things? Amber-fed hatchlings? Can you loot these? Oh, you can loot these. I don't think they're going to have much on their loot table, though. Plus mouse names all of the add-ons something at all. Yeah. Apart from point blank sniper. Right, these things you can't aggro for some reason. We've got over this end of the zone. What are you about? Are you lootable? Yeah, I mean, there's stuff around here, right? But this is a bit of a nothing burger so far. Way too spread out for you to really care. Maybe a druid with instant flight form might optimize it a bit, but otherwise this is a bit of a nothing burger. Unless it's just up and down this path. You've probably got more on your loot table because you're a quest mob. Do these three little huts hyperspawn, I wonder? Because these are part of a quest chain. Or a daily or something. I remember these. It doesn't appear they do. If they hyperspawned, you'd stand one person in each house and you'd just pew pew, but it doesn't appear that they do. And yeah, weirdly, because these lot are slightly spread out as well, once you've got too much gear, you one-shot shit, which means you have to run around then to loot stuff as well, which is actually works against you. That's probably why the Kung Lai spot works really well, because they're clustered together, right? You got 5 or 6 mobs sat on top of each other. I mean, you can kill 5 or 6 mobs whilst only having to loot once. Another one though, where you could perceivably run around here solo and probably never run out of stuff to kill though, at least. That's one benefit. It's not strictly a hyperspawn by default terminology, but you're never going to run out of shit to kill, which makes it sort of Netflix and farmable. What's in the cave? It's just a bug. 2 bugs. Is there anything slightly further up? Could AoE and skin turtles for bronze too. They don't hyperspawn either though, do they? The where is it? Pools of Purity, maybe. Was that the name of it? I'm trying to remember exactly where it was. Or was it this little spot here? True WoW player sees a hole, has to enter it. Nesting Way Safari, bottom left in the lake. Surely people did that one when they did goats, right? Surely that was surely that one's been done. Yeah, I think this little zone is kind of one of those that, yes, it's a daily questing zone, so there's reasonable amounts of stuff to kill here, but without there being truly like clusters of mobs or a hyperspawn, you're unlikely to want to spend much time out here. There will almost always be some better use of your time than killing these lot. But they seem to have, one thing I would say is their loot table seems to be right. In terms of the fact they have a good chance for threads. Not all mobs have a particularly high drop chance for the threads, you see. These mobs at least kind of like have the right loot table. You just probably are not going to be able to kill enough of them quickly enough. Although this little area is not looking too bad. Wonder if we can get these to spawn a bit faster. We fly back to the beginning. Have they respawned now? starting to. Yeah, I mean, it's still... I mean, you're kind of always killing something. Not sold that you're going to spend too much time here, though. But mindlessly running around killing does seem to be at least some option. Alright, okay. What's the magic mastery number for BM? 36,000. $36K. Alright, this is, you know, if you've got nothing else better to do, you can come kill stuff out here. Works reasonably well. Can't imagine you're going to get super pumped super fast off that. You'd probably still be better running dungeons or something at that rate, but at least the mob type is right, the loot table is right to give it some potential. Why is that? This is only my understanding of it. Don't quote me on this particularly, but heavy diminishing returns starts to kick in after 36,000 mastery rating. Meaning the more of it you stack, or should I say the more of it you stack, the slower you gain from it. It's like if you look at the numbers, let me try and have I got mastery in here. You gain percentage at a reasonably quick rate up until about 36k, and then it starts to slow down apparently. Also referred to as diminishing returns. 1 gem took us up to, hang on, 193. 1 gem took us up to 212. So about 20% off a single gem. $230. So similar numbers again. And then only 239. So you see diminishing returns started to kick in pretty aggressively after 36k. So you'll still gain the rating, but the actual damage boost you gain starts to like, woo. Which means after 36k, you should probably switch into Verse instead, because Verse scales much higher. Mikey, I might do it. If you're still there, if you're still listening. I think I've kept it a secret long enough. Curseforge WoW add-on's true stat value is a good visualization. What is this? What is this? Ha! Nuked. I might go and take a little bit of a look at the other farm, if you know what I mean. Or do I just save it straight for a video instead? How many free internet points do I want off this? Oh, he respawned. Wait, there is no way he respawned that fast. They must have been considered as separate ones, right? There's no way that respawned that fast. My gear is pretty much capped. I'll permit you to share. I might save it straight for a video, you know. Give people a good reason to sub to the YouTube channel, you know. Okay, I think that was just an abnormally fast respawn. Okay, I'm going to assume that that doesn't respawn every 30 seconds. That'd be that. I mean, that would be pretty juicy if you could kill the Zandalari War Scouts every 30 seconds. An alliance only when you're in Darnassus for Operation Shield campaign. Dragon ride out the east entrance. Train skinning from the NPC before you get ported. Clever. Oh, were they not the same? No, they were both Zandalari War Scouts. Yeah, my rare scanner tells me they were both Zandalari War Scouts. Either way. What are these quests up in Claxeyville to turn in? Let's clean out my quest log. Oh, these must have been the dailies. I've got more than a full stack of perfect gems now. Well, I'm starting to get more than a full stack on these. I'm going to have to put them in the bank. I'm saving all my jet, scrap them all. Yeah, I know. I'm kind of saving them as like a bit of a savings account, you know. I can always, you know, they're more valuable to me in gem form. They're more valuable to me in gem form. I can always scrap them at the end of the event and get the bronze from them and then do a spend then. But I can't go the other way. Sell them for retail gold? Well, all that. I don't need any of that either, really. I wish we could just mail them between alts. It makes no sense we can't. I really don't. I think that was just a massive oversight that they kind of forgot to make that a thing. It takes a lot of time. You have to go one by one. Oh, what, to salvage them? I don't know, I haven't tried. What have I not discovered? Let's get some of these stupid easy quests out of the way just real quick. Hidden treasures. I can't believe I've done so few of these. Angler's Wharf I've apparently never discovered. Oh, through the window, please. Yeah, I weirdly haven't like actually done like too much exploration. Which means I've killed very few rares, I've picked up very little treasures and stuff like that. Maybe we should just get all of the achievements out of the way. Because what if beta launches tomorrow? If beta launches tomorrow, I'll never get any of this done. Oh, this is the little fishing place. I've definitely been here. I've done quests down here. Maybe I haven't. Kill the elusives. Hidden treasures. Hidden treasures. What's the hidden treasure I need to find over here? Sarok's stone tablet. Where's that then? Is that it? No, that's the Zandalari Warbringer. Sack of papers, a grey worth 15 gold. Stone tablet in that cave. Took off the glasses, it looked like it was 5:03, brief happiness. Oh dear, not quite. Not quite. Still a few working hours left. Where's this tablet then? That looks like a stone tablet, doesn't it? Yoink. Fortune of Pandaria. Find all the treasures of Pandaria. Wow, had I actually... No. 2014. I was like, holy shit, have I never done these achievements? I was like, oh, no, I have. I did that a decade ago. Whew. What's my best guess for beta launch day? I don't know. Some content creators are making a big deal of it maybe being this week. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. But, I mean, if it does turn up, great. What I really hope, and this is also something that seems to be a bit of a rumour that I don't know where it started. I really hope that those who have pre-ordered the Epic Edition... I hope those that have pre-ordered the Epic Edition get into beta all at the same time, and more importantly, at the beginning. I really hope that Blizzard don't try and do people dirty and put people in waves, or worse still, time gate people from being able to go in. I think when beta launches, those that have pre-ordered Epic Edition should instantly be in. If they try and time gate or wave any of that, I think it's going to be... I think the world's going to explode. I cannot possibly see them doing wave invites for those that have pre-ordered. Pre-orders and Epic Editions should be instantly in. I think the world is going to go... The world will be on fire, I think, if they try and do people dirty on that one. How have I not finished the Landfall campaign? How do we even finish this? Where is it? I pay so little attention to what we got going on here. Is it called It's this one, isn't it? Dagger in the Dark. Let's just go get that done. I can't believe I've not done that. So, I'm kind of just like... Oh, we've killed this dude already, but where is he? Less dots! I couldn't less dots that if I tried. I'm kind of I'm in sort of mostly loose ends mode a little bit at the moment. I know we were going to look at look at a few more farms and stuff today. I've still got one up my sleeve, but I might turn that straight into a YouTube video because I've tested that one a lot. Somebody posted the lariat recipe for 2.5 mil on my realm. If they're the only one that's got it, my rule is always pick a big number and then double it. 2.5 million seems very fair if it's the only one listed.
The tip of the Hood Spear, no greater honor.
Only one? Yeah, if it's the only one and it's 2.5 mil, that seems like a bargain. Annoyingly, 2.5 mil for the Lariat recipe is actually a very competitive price, I think, nowadays.
Proceed by foot. We'll circle around and look for another entrance.
As the war chief commands. I'm glad.
Where the flipping hell do we go here?
Don't like the look of Garash's goods.
Sarok Cave up north.
Move out.
Hey, wait for me! I don't like goons either!
Isn't it useless in 3 months other than a collector's item? Pretty much. Pretty much. Its price is entirely dictated on its scarcity and its difficult nature to farm.
Scout said there's ancient magic in these caves. War chief wants them checked out. In Sarok we guard the cave. Let's take care of them.
There were 6 at the same time up in the last few weeks.
Before. It's like they got weapons.
Is season 4? Well, I suspect there was a small spike in them. The fact that you had to get the storm achievements for our good old buddy old pal Tyvan here. There was a lot of people almost perma-farming the storms for a short period, which might have created a bit of a backlog on them. But I can't imagine that, at least going forward, there's going to be that many of them.
Anything that squirms. Get the sorcerer.
Okay. What does 2 do? Deploy a landmine? I'd be better off without this stupid cannon. And one-shot these without a cannon.
Get the sorcerer.
It's not even a Mog in 3 months. No, that's true. It might end up being one of those things that people just cannot ever sell after the expansion finishes.
Get that thing off!
I don't know. It's one of those things that you can never really understand why people buy stuff. For as long as the expansion still exists, though, there'll be some people that will think that they'll be able to buy it and turn 2.5 million into 10. Never underestimate people's stupidity. God, if only those were lootable. I imagine if these had a good drop table. Woo. It will show us unlearnt, though. Yeah, that's the only thing that's going to peeve me for years to come. That it's probably going to end up being the one and only Dawn crafting recipe I don't know. Which is a shame. And I'm going to look a bit stupid. It's going to be a long boy situation again, isn't it? That I should have bought it, and then they'll just randomly disappear. Where's Broodmaster Noshi then? Where is he? Have I killed things too fast? Have I broken it again? He's not here. Was I meant to wait for somebody? Come on, hurry up, you. Oh, where'd you go? Some bitch. Come back here.
Some kind of spawning. And that be one ugly mother.
Aha, here we go. Jesus, it's the longest I've had to kill anything for a while. Heads up, I did the Landfall questline yesterday. It's super long. Good. Questlines should. I hate the fact that most questlines take you 4 minutes to complete these days. Just loot it like I did on an alt and then not even realise you have it in your bags for months. Really? Oh my god. Just got millions lying about. It's cool. I think I'm actually going to take the 3-day head start just to read quests and etc. I mean, that's... See, this is a problem, right? This is something where you've, like, this is a glass is half full or a glass is half empty situation. It's very easy to look at it as a 3-day head start, when the reality is that there will probably be more players starting with that 3-day head start than there will be without it. It's less of a 3-day head start, more of a you can buy the game cheaper, but you start 3 days late. You know, it's a mindset thing, but the way the gaming community is going to work, I don't care what Blizzard. Yeah, oh yeah, but you're not going to be able to do this X, Y, and Z in the first few days. Doesn't matter. If you can play the game 3 days early, if you turn up when it launches, you're actually starting 3 days late, which is why it's such a scumbag move, I think, in an MMO. I can't viably vote with my wallet on this one, unfortunately. So it's a touch hypocritical being so negative against it when I have the Epic Edition pre-ordered, ready to go. But yeah, it's not a 3-day head start. It's everybody else pays less and starts 3 days late, which is a frustration. Another frog this is, yeah, let's hope there isn't another frog situation, right? Let's not hope that there's something in those first 3 days that's found that, you know, people can take advantage of for 3 days and everybody else is there going, well, I couldn't even play the damn game yet. Yeah, there's always something. There is. This is the thing, right? There is always something. There is always something, and it's slightly worrying that those without that 3-day head start will get fucked in some way, shape, or form. It's really disappointing that they can get away with charging $90 for an expansion. But yeah, wasn't there something a few days ago with one Ubisoft release or something where the pre-order charts, there was more people that had pre-ordered the $130 version of it than the $90 version, because the $130 gave a 48-hour head start or something. And so it shows that the way that people pre-order now, you know, it shows that the marketing works behind it. It shows that, you know, more people are willing to actually more people are willing to pay that extra to play the game when it actually launches, not 3 days late. For a single player game as well. Yeah, there was something like that. I don't know what game it was, but there was some something. Oh, yeah, maybe it was the Assassin's Creed one. Yeah, yeah. If people do that for a single player Ubisoft game, you imagine what it's like in an MMO, right? You imagine where you stand in an MMO. That if you don't have the you can't even pre-order the expansion from the in-game shop thing, can you? Which I've also thought is very weird. I can have wings on my green suit. Where are we going from here? Is that even part of the same quest line? I don't know. Can I safely exit this now? I should have been paying attention to what was going on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the recent Assassin's Creed one. Where pre-orders for the expensive version are higher up the list than for the cheap version. Madness. This looks like a daily quest. I'm interested in doing daily quests. Well, buried secrets. Let's go do this one. How far have I actually got with the campaign? 6 out of 10 chapters. Dominance, offensive, Sunreaver's onslaught, escalation, and the siege of Orgrimmar still to do. Wow, I got flipping miles to go. I didn't realise I was this far behind. I thought I'd banged out most, if not all of this. Sheesh. $20 for an in-game costume, the world we live in. Yeah, I kind of memed up the Murloc suit. It seemed fitting to have a panda running around in a Murloc suit in this remix mode. I wouldn't, under normal circumstances, pay $20 for a transmog suit, but my excuse for all of this is that I buy it with gold anyway. It's not much of an excuse, honestly, but it's an excuse all the same. Oh, that one's stacked again. Nice. I don't know what it is about the node on top of there. Every time I pick up that one, it's like 3 or 4 times juicier than it probably should be. Where did this one disappear to? Phasing. It's a pure exploitation of those who are of I have to be there first mindset. An absolute majority of people does not care about it, but those that do are ready to pay anything, so Blizzard just milks them. Relatively accurate description, yeah. This is why I think it's so scumbaggy in an MMO. The problem is if it works in a single player game, right? If it works in a single player game, it absolutely categorically 100% works in a non-single, in a multiplayer game. What was it? I'm pretty sure it was the Assassin's Creed one, right? I don't know. I can't find it. I'm sure it was. Some shady shit going on, yeah. Cloak of finite potential. Look at Wowhead's latest post. Cloak of finite potential. 200k maximum stamina cap in Mop Remix. Although previewed as being completely uncapped outside of programming limitations, it seems that the Cloak of infinite potential is rather finite, with a maximum cap of 200k stamina on threads. They're about 5 days late. You're about 5 days slow to the party, Wowhead. Reddit was talking about this a week ago. 200,000 max stamina. I wonder if the rest of them cap out at 200,000 as well. I wonder. I think somebody reached this before Frog Nerf came in even. So Wowhead are super late to the party on this one. Although previewed as being completely uncapped outside of programming limitations, it appears that there is a maximum cap of 200,000 stamina. As showcased by... Haha, yeah, you've just yoinked it from Reddit, of course. The cloak appears to stop gaining stamina even when using a specific thread to increase it. The limitation isn't exactly holding them back, though, as their 685k total stamina equals about 13.7 million health. 13.7 million health. Blood Death Knight, who would have guessed, right? Who would have guessed? Of course, everything needs a defined limit. It's likely Blizzard never anticipated the various farms allowing players to reach it this quickly, or there could have been a technical limitation keeping stats on the items from growing beyond a predetermined number. Either way, it stands to reason that the other stats are likely capped as well, although the vast majority still shouldn't expect to hit them anytime soon. Yeah, 200k stamina equates to 13.7 million health, apparently. Another problem, even if I contend playing 3 days later, I cannot avoid story spoilers due to 100 achievements in guild chat. I would have to literally stop playing Dragonflight for 3 days. Dare I say this without getting cancelled on the internet, if you care that much about spoilers, you pay the premium. They've got you by the short and curlies with that one. They've got you. Sorry, there's no sugarcoat in that. They got you good. Those people who care, unfortunately, people who care about spoilers so aggressively in video games, you're gonna get abused. It is a problem. It is a problem for sure. Just be lucky in the knowledge that Blizzard will probably timegate the shit out of the storyline anyway. So. The achievements will be in-game from pre-patch, so not really a spoiler. It's trying to play a video game spoiler-free whilst also spending half your time on the internet is, that's literally, that's playing with fire and complaining when you get burnt. They just don't go together very well. Yeah, don't ever go on social media if you don't want spoilers. For example, I watch the UFC most weeks. Not all the time, because for many reasons I don't always watch it, but I quite enjoy the UFC, personally. But it does mean on a Sunday, I practically cannot go on any form of social media before I get to watch the event. Because I know full well that you know, it will get spoiled for me. The only way you can avoid spoilers in this world is to turn off the internet. Do not speak to anybody. Turn off the internet until you have a chance to consume the thing that you don't want spoiled. The only way. Absolute only way. What's the best bronze cloak farm? We tested the Kung Lai one out earlier. Frustratingly, it's pretty good. It is actually very good. The one down here. with the clumps of mobs that hyperspawn. 'Tis very good. It's been about a couple of days, that one. I kind of half suspect it to get nerfed pretty fast, as Blizzard seems to love nerfing the hyperspawns. We tested another one down at the south of Jade Forest earlier, one that's a little more unknown. At least I haven't seen anybody covering it so far, which was not quite as good, but due to the nature of it being less known, it might be far easier to compete in. Plus has the benefit that is quite easily soloable as well. So you don't strictly need to be in a big group to get it to work pretty well. I'm bored of doing questing. Should we do a raid, boys and girls? We need to go do a raid. Should we go do Siege of Orgrimmar? I'm absolutely bored stupid running around doing quests. This is the kind of thing you do when you've got nothing else better to do. We can go kill some raid bosses. Let's get some bronze that way. Let's do it properly. We can probably start with a normal run, because then anybody can come. I'm much more open to bring as many people as possible, rather than to limit it. At least with Siege of Orgrimmar, I can do it on Heroic and I can do it on Mythic anytime I want. Let's put a normal run together. Anybody can come along. Siege of Orgrimmar, normal. Yep, anybody can come along. First 30 people get an invite. We need preferably one tank at least, somebody who at least looks like a tank. Not really, because I can probably solo the place, but at least somebody that looks like a tank might be helpful. Gearington, there we go. There's somebody that looks like a tank. There's a second somebody that looks like a tank. How many we got now? How many times can I press the button until the button stops being pressed? $23. Siege of Orgrimmar, you need to be level 60. Level 60. 27. How many did I say we could take? 30. 27, 28, 29, 30. That's max for now. Did I just cancel that summon? Did I get... What was I doing then? I was pressing buttons and not knowing what I was pressing. Let me fix my inventory real quick. Let's get all of this out of the way. Crit avoidance.
Let's make sweet
let's get out of
profit
here.
together.
Get it going. Get it going. Jency76 with a prime. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome in. Right. Let's get some peeps in. Let's get some peeps in, shall we?
To create and shape all life in Pandaria. It is these waters
that kept the vein
Right,
in
if you're not in close proximity, I'm going to assume you need a summon.
winds created the
If
most
we can get a couple of
powerful
portals up to get
farmland
everybody
the
in.
world.
You can 1, 2, 3s if you need the summon.
Maintenance of the old
Otherwise, I'm going to
has
just
manifested
slowly
itself
but surely summon
within
everybody
the world.
regardless.
Such a foul, foul thing. Destroy it before it seeps deep into the soil and corrupts all of Pandaria.
Let's just go through the list, get everybody a summon. I need to know something. I've heard so many stuff about the wards. So the ward should be the one shouldn't be the one tanking. We absolutely don't need ward for this. For future reference, though, the best way to do ward is to ward the off tank, because you kind of want to ward a tank, but you don't want to ward a tank that's taking damage because you're trying to cap the ward with overhealing. Is the concept behind it. Wowhead actually did a really good post on this the other day talking about how it works. But yeah, fundamentally you want to cap the ward, so if the tank is actually actively taking damage, it's going to chunk into that absorb shield. Wowhead just copied the Reddit one. Oh, probably. That's Wowhead to a T. Right, let's go clear some trash then. Before the first boss, please do not pull the first boss. We'll get everybody to the first boss. It makes it easier. It makes it easier to check that everybody's there once we're actually at the first boss. Let's put not my farming spec on. We'll put the AoE spec on. Yeah, the only logic behind that is that you don't particularly want the tank to be taking that much damage. There is some, you know, you want life storm to affect them as much as possible as well if you can. What's the 1, 2, 3 business? It's just common gamer speak for can I have a summon, please? 1, 2, 3 in chat if you need a summon. And so people just type 1, 2, 3, and it's, you know, people slowly just learn, oh, they would need a summon, okay. Right, who've we got here? Who are we still missing? We're still missing a few bods. Let's get these last few people in. Let's get some buffs out. Yeah, it doesn't require any reading, that's the point. You just see the name and it's like, oh, okay. Still missing one priest. Where's this priest at? No, you're behind me. You're here. You're at the back there. Okay, we're all here. Cool. Buff up and let's rock and roll. Slap this bitch. Okay, if people want to, for reference, just ward. Who we're going to ward here? Ward DK, Gearington, ward Gearington. Cassidy's got 10, although I don't know, doesn't matter. Do whatever. Cassidy or Gearington for the wards. It's not going to make a blind bit of difference as we're going to one-shot these bosses anyway. The reality is in normal modes, ward stops being really all that useful because ward takes 10 seconds and the boss is dead in less than 10 seconds. So it's kind of not needed. But understanding how ward works is useful for when you start doing heroics. Once again, if you're doing heroics in a good group, the boss dies too fast for it to be useful. But if you haven't got such good a group, it's it can make up a lot of the slack. Easy to identify the slackers and yeet them from the raid? Nah, that's just mean. Normal modes are practically boost groups now anyway. Right, all in, all in. Who's going to be the slowpoke? Who's going to be the slowpoke? We cannot have a Demon Hunter last. Demon Hunter, where's your mastery at? Where's your mastery at? Get that mastery rolling. I'm hardly even pressing buttons here. I should probably actually try and do some DPS, kill some stuff.
They pledged their lives to defend this place. You remember me. May your souls become one.
Ward is also, I believe, capped nowadays, isn't it? Isn't it capped to like 5... Isn't it capped to 5 people who it pings on or something? I don't know. I can't keep up with all of these hot fixes and changes. They make so many. They seemingly make so many little subtle changes each and every day. By the time you figured something out, it's changed. Maybe I'm too old for this shit. Maybe I've got boomer brain. Serious case of boomer brain.
Another chamber that looks to originate from these
Ward capped at 6. Is that what it is now?
must have been hidden away long before recorded history, and with good reason. In the chamber ahead, under our peaceful slept the heart of an old god.
Halt!
Oh my, what is this? Hello, I am Lord Walker Cho.
No further corruption will enter the heart.
Who keeps buffing me with fucking Righteous Frenzy? Can we please turn all Righteous Frenzies off, please? I don't actually care if you need it for DPS. It's hella annoying to see my health going down all the time. Can we please turn off all Righteous Frenzies?
Yes, please let us pass.
Mighty annoying.
Should you pass this door at this time, you would fail. You, all of you, are corrupted with the insidious plague.
Maybe they don't have anything else. Well, then just
You stand
unequip it completely.
atop your accomplishment.
Righteous Frenzy is so annoying. I'm sure it has its upsides, but I'm sure it has its upsides.
First need to purify the corruption.
It gives you 7% haste. I don't care about 7% haste. I want my health bar to be full.
Prepare to face your inner demon very
Couldn't care less about 7% haste. Not in normal modes.
prove yourselves worthy, and I will let you pass. The light cleanses, but it is not gentle. Gird yourself.
It's sentiments like that stop me ever wanting to start playing WoW. I don't know what you mean. If it was something I just said, you've probably caught me at the one time I've said something negative. So whoops. I'm generally pretty easygoing. Not very noob friendly to the guy above who commented about yeeting slackers. Oh, it's in this. It's all fun and games. It was also said in jest, so it's just banter, yeah. Right, see how many people go boom here. People always go boom here. This trash is notorious for killing and wiping raids. It's so funny. Everybody's going boom. Get him down, get him down. It's all fun and games till somebody takes an arrow to the knee, exactly.
I will find help. Try to hold up the shore for as long as you can.
You've let your pride cloud your vision, Titan puppets.
Down he goes. Dead. Nuked.
I brought help.
So Hellscream's arrogance unleashed the last of the Shah. I am not surprised.
I just think maybe I missed the ship on playing this game. You do know WoW's been around like 20 years, right?
This means he's completely
Pretty big ship. Or if you're talking about Remix, you can still easily get into Remix right now, by the way.
Rim's fleet is converging on Orgrimmar.
There's absolutely no better time to get into Remix right now.
Sylvanas and I have both sent
You've got the advantage of that people are now starting to stack up their gear really high. Meaning they are mostly running around killing everything with very little effort. So there are tens, if not hundreds, of groups going every single day, just practically carrying people who are just starting. So definitely not miss the boat. Still loads of opportunities, loads of cosmetics to get, loads of mounts to get, and plenty of time. Honestly, it's still like. People were sort of like, oh my god, we've only got 90 days. FOMO was kicking in. But the reality is that's plenty. Absolutely plenty, even if you play it relatively casually. You're much better doing it. Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. You are much better doing it now before the beta comes out. When the War Within beta comes out, a lot of people's focus will switch to the War Within and the new expansion. Meaning the player base for Remix right now is probably at its absolute highest. And the higher the player base for something, the more groups that are available, the more others to play with, the easier it will be to do stuff.
Reinforcements to the docks.
I think they're holding off with beta because of Remix and Kata. I don't think they'll hold it off. I think it's probably been scheduled in their internal calendar for a long time. I'm not sure there'll be much holding offs. There might be. I don't know. Remix is just pure fun still. Still have 80 more days of it. Yeah, loads of time to play. Loads of time. I do find it a bit weird that they slapped a huge, great big, like, only 80 days to play thing in the main menu. Maybe some of the feedback they got with Plunderstorm is that it finished and people didn't realise it was finishing or something, maybe. Why they went this route of just, like,
well done.
massive, great big banner ad when you first log into the game telling you about it. Most players will go into the beta, won't stay there long, as with the alpha. Most spend a little bit of time and then just let it be. Goblins, etc. might be do some proper research things, but we're not the majority. Very true. Very true. I tend to see this a lot with alphas, betas. The PTR is the best example of this for me, right? I see so much interest from people that want to know what's coming in the next patches. And everybody has access to the PTR. It's not restricted. You don't even need a WoW sub. You don't even need to be subbed to the game currently to jump onto the PTR and see what's coming. Yeah, the amount of people that categorically 100% don't bother looking on the PTR, they'll just wait for somebody else to kind of tell them what's going on, you know? I think they're learning. Slapping the big days left count is a pure win. Yeah, I think it's good to let people know. I think it's definitely good to let people know. Would you suggest just starting with a sub and go from there, or buy the War Within? I mean, I don't know. You're probably best off, like, considering how much most games are normally, you're best off just pre-ordering the War Within, which will give you access to Dragonflight right now, and get your sub and just play. Honestly, I tend not to be too proactive about telling people to start slow and steady. Just jump in. Honestly, just jump in. Jump in, because if you deliberately restrict yourself from the beginning, you've got way more. You're just naturally giving yourself way more reason to not like it and then not play it. If you've genuinely never played World of Warcraft before, maybe try the free trial until level 20. But in all honesty, unless you've never played a video game before either, you'll be absolutely fine. It's pretty beginner friendly as games go. Leveling up your first couple of characters will showcase what you need to know. And like most games, you know, it's a value proposition thing, right? Most people spend 50, 60 bucks. Well, a AAA game nowadays is like 60, 70 bucks, and that might not get you much more than 10 to 20 hours of play out of it. The value proposition of WoW is so much higher than that. So much higher than that. So yeah, just jump in. Jump in. I should probably do some tower stuff, shouldn't I? Whoops. Came to say hi, thanks for the invite. Hey, no problem. Welcome in. Who says putting twitch.tv/Mantheus in the description doesn't work? I feel as if I should do some shameless promo. Shameless sellout mode activated. Reported for advertisement. Whoops. There'd be a difference if I was selling the boost runs.
Next squad, push forward.
And there goes the other one.
Pew! Good shot. Fire the cannons.
Dragon Maw, advance!
Goat Maxer. I just spotted this character name. Love that. Goat Maxer. I suppose I have a character called Rip Frogs. Goat Maxer. Another nerf bites the dust.
You do realize we are directly below it, right?
Pew! Get it down. Press buttons, all the buttons, lots of buttons. Dead. Nice one.
I will never get all of this dust out of
Can we reset this next boss
Still here?
so we give a chance for everybody to get in?
Attractive corpse.
I will take that.
Not that it couldn't be nuked in 5 seconds flat,
now
but
and marshal the forces.
it's just easier to get everybody in.
Await you at the gates of Orgrimmar.
If he's not dead.
They be heroes, no doubt about that.
Blessing of the
Nice one. Nice one. Sneaky, sneaky in the back door. Right, so make sure we have a slowpoke demon hunter again. Slowpoke demon hunters. Where's your mastery? Get your mastery rocking and rolling. Go, go, go. Legs, move. Wait, you even got wings, mate. You've even got wings. At work. I'm still going to make fun of you. I'm still going to make fun of you for being a slow-ass demon hunter. Unbelievable. Alright, go, go, go. Pew, pew. Getting paid to play WoW. Who would ever do such a thing? Disgusting.
The beast be slain.
I could never condone such actions.
My war machine. But the gate still stands. You will not take Orgrimmar.
My friend didn't touch frogs, but Blizzard took his stats away.
What?
Well.
Run to the gate now!
I always find it so difficult to believe when it's always my friend or my guild member or somebody, because nobody's ever lied on the internet ever. I'm sure there's some innocent victims out there,
I am so sorry. We're together now.
but I don't believe half of it.
Let's just go back to the turtle.
If you farm frogs, at least have the decency to own up and say you farmed frogs. Mostly because you were mental if you didn't, by the way. I just want to point that out. If you were playing Panda Remix at the time and you had a level 70 character at the time, you were actually mental to not do it.
And fire.
So I almost question why the hell you weren't farming frogs, really.
Stagnant and poison. Long dead. The elements.
Boom! These bosses get absolutely wrecked now. Sheesh! Was that 11 million DPS? Lord have mercy. What's your cloak at right now? Oh, plus 16,000 main stat. No wonder you're doing 11 million DPS. Sheesh! Ward is too slow to actually go off now. Normal modes get that way, yeah. Normal modes will end up. This is why I don't really put any requirements for using ward. I mean, if you want to, sure, but there's a good chance the boss will be dead before they pop off anyway. It's just maybe practice for some people before they eventually get into heroics. Farmed 10k charms at the frogs, didn't get reset. Only got like, to be honest, only got like 70k stamina though. Yeah, I would say the whole frog thing was a little inconsistent, but I tend to think that it was because it was a super quick, knee-jerk fix that probably was the easiest viable solution for them in quick time. Like, just like the fact that I got my cloak nerfed, but I also got the 40k bronze. So, clearly wasn't implemented very well. Not entirely sure how that's meant to work.
No alliance hand has ever struck me down. Do you think you are seasoned enough? It is an honor to finally face you in combat, Lotaro God, for honor and for the
Oh, okay. Reset option disappeared. Whoops. We'll just nuke him. Don't worry, boys and girls. You still get credit for the kill. You got the 40k bronze because you were online during the hotfix. If you'd logged in and out, you would not have it. Is that what we think? Not sure. I got my cloak nerfed even though I didn't touch frogs, and I reached level 70 after the nerf got implemented. Okay, it's an odd one.
May your strength lead the horde into a new era. Trust you fought with honor. Gammon will ensure that your legacy.
Blizzard actually learned from the remix, and this is going to redo an ARPG style event. This is going to be one of the best things ever. Contemplating if deleting and then restoring the character before the rollbacks would avoid the cloak nerfs, but that's too extreme. That would be funny, actually. Yeah, if the snapshot of the character was prior to the nerf, then could you use character restoration? Gamer do gamer things. Gamer do gamer things. It's just like the shenanigans with the the XP tokens. Like, let the XP token from the raid bosses go to your mailbox, and then loot them all 3 days later once you've got a stacked cape. Something I wanted, like a little bit of a discussion that I wanted to talk about, and I actually might throw this into a YouTube video at some point, is just how time gating in retail creates the illusion of fairity, and tends to diminish sweaty players' ability to do sweaty things, even in an MMO, which goes to show if you play this game 12 hours a day, you're probably quite literally wasting 10 hours of that day. Not the remix, I'm talking about like retail now, because your progress is so heavily capped in retail. You literally cannot get too far ahead of the rest of the pack, however hard you try, which is kind of an odd concept for an MMO in the first place. MMOs historically, or through the ages, have always benefited those who have the ability and desire to play more. But retail over the last few years and the last few expansions has tried really hard to make sure that most players stay within like a certain banding of player power. Where in Remix, obviously, all leashes were removed. And it goes to show just how quickly some people will progress in a video game, given the choice. You give players the option to play a video game 24 hours a day, and there'll be some people that will go, yes please. And then they will do exactly that. And then the element of fairity disappears very quickly when you've got some people that, you know, let's say you play the game proactively and in a relatively optimal way, but you only play 1 to 2 hours a day in the evening. One person could achieve an entire week's worth of progress relative to that player in a single day, given the choice, right? And given the choice, players will.
What should we do next?
This, I think, is why so much stuff is time-gated in retail.
Warriors hold this junction. These heroes should forge ahead and flush the war chief out of hand.
And also why I think people, quote-unquote, finish content in, like, a week in retail, and then are like, well, I've got nothing else to do now. Well, that's probably because you need to wait for everybody else to have finished it first.
Very well.
Blizzard has absolutely mastered the ability of keeping those people somewhat busy, though. They've got that down to a fine art now. It's worse when they make it hard to do, but still not impossible. We're talking about like Azeroth necklaces, for example. That's, yeah, I think that's a little bit problematic.
Hold on a second, will you? Now you did it. That was really not the correct input code. Activating GB 11010. Armageddon.
1, 3, 5 left. 2, 4, 6 right. Although you've already gone. Too late. Just nuke shit. Make it die. There's me trying to be a professional about stuff. Just kill shit. It's fine. Casualty. We will have a few sacrifices made, but we just kill still. This is normal mode. It's not stress. Oh, I've got bombs. Let's put these down over here. What the hell? What the hell happened there? Hello? Okay. Okay. Did somebody go the... well, let's go back then, please. Let's go back. What? How is that even possible? I didn't think you could do that. Did we actually kill? Can we loot this? Secured pile?
Activating GB 11010. Armageddon class defense system.
Okay. Let's go again. Well, I've never seen that happen before. Oh, if you open the door, does that happen? Okay. I didn't even realise. Well, today I learn. I think a few more people need to go the other side. I think we're a little imbalanced here. Whoops. Oh, what an absolute shit show. I meant to be the professional in this scenario.
Two modules to complete.
Can you solo it? Yeah, I could probably most definitely solo it. And yet you're not changing sides yourself. No, 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 no. No, that'd be silly. That'd be silly.
Module 1's all prepared for system reset.
Do as I say, not as I do. Like every good leader ever. Leader? Dictator? Don't know. Fine line. I am joking, boys and girls. Please relax.
System reset. Don't turn the power off or the whole thing will probably explode.
Okay, right.
Security system deactivated. Welcome back, siege
I was about to agree with you, but then you said you were joking.
Have a great day, and don't let the door hit you on the way out.
It's funny because it's true. Right, let's go poke a big dinosaur. Poke a big dino. Could just run Sphere for the extra damage with it going so fast. Yeah, I mean, the concept is it goes so goddamn fast it doesn't matter. These are sort of, you know, it was a little bit serious the first few days of this. Now these runs are just meme runs for the most part. Because everything just gets absolutely wrecked. If we were doing, you know, heroic or mythic even, slightly less, but let's at least wait for these last slow pokes here. Wait for the slow ones. Go on, priest! Have faith! Run! Run, little white dot, run! Haha, demon, I'm not being last this time. Go on, priest, go! You can't get beaten by a death knight. Death knights are slow. Did somebody grip summons? Okay. Right, let's fuck him up. Remember, teeth are bad. Heroic ends up being faster than normal because it's actually geared people stomping. Yeah, I can't imagine normal and heroic run speeds are much different. No teeth if he's dead. Well, that's true. Gonna get the car to the cheap workshop on Friday. Hopefully it's gonna be enough for the pass, so pass the checkup so I can use it for another couple of years. Cheaper than buying a new one. That's definitely true. You know what we should do in these normal runs? Is we should have a rule. The last person to get to the boss gets kicked. Last person. I'm not going to do that now for reference. If we're gonna do something stupid like that, we do it from the beginning. But last person to the boss gets kicked. Would be very funny. Stacking speed gems, the works, yeah. Speed set incoming. I looked at making a speed set the other day and was so disappointed to find out that speed's capped at 49%. Much sadness. Much sadness. Seems weird that speed is aggressively capped in this. Yeah, stop with your grips. Alright, we can kill this trash though at least. Let's nuke the trash. Pew! You'll have less members by the last boss. Yeah, by... Well, you just invite somebody new. It's fine, you just bring somebody new in. You'll still have 30 players by the end. You'll have a raid of... You'll have a raid of, like, fully mastery spec demon hunters or speed set druids only.
Looks like I'm in the market for a new assistant.
Or maybe if you're doing like guild runs, you could have like last person to the boss has to like... Last person to the boss has to put like 10k gold in the guild bank or something. Losing your spot for the kill's probably a bit harsh in reality. That's the ultimate DKP points, isn't it? Well, DKP stands for Dragon Kill Points, but that's the ultimate DKP.
My legacy will live on.
-10 to any loot roll if you come last. -10 to your next loot roll, yeah. Damn, you'd ruffle stomp raids if you did stuff like that. Shoulders are 20 bones, yeah. 20 bones and 38,500 bronze. Normal mode is 1 bone. Heroic is 4 bones. Mythic is 10 bones. Per kill, that is. I've technically got enough to buy my my tusks if I wanted to. The killer question there is if I want to. As somebody that doesn't play a plate class in the first place, particularly. Well, I have a paladin, I suppose, but I equally... I'm not fussed either way. Heirlooms before the tusks, I reckon, for me. Yeah, please wait for all 3 bosses to turn up before we nuke them. Otherwise we bug it out. Like, quite literally bug it out.
Come, children of the Titans. You face the Paragons.
Oh, we got a kerfuffle on our hands. Priest again. We're summoning the priest. At least give kerfuffle a summon too. What's it with slow-ass demon hunters today? Lord have mercy.
I could have used some enhancements. You move too slow. Avenge me, bruh. Much too slow. You now.
Oh no, did you not get in? Somebody click the paw. Somebody click the paw. In my defense, I had a big breakfast. Hang on, did we kill it already? Or did I... Hang on, what happened there? Did it reset again? What's going on? How did it reset? Did it reset because I clicked the portal? Was that my bad? Did I balls it again? Or did we just bug it out? I don't know what's going on right now. I'm meant to be in control of this shit show somehow.
You move too slowly. How does a kite catch any prey?
You now face the prime. Bow down.
Chaos is all. How about the game?
Have you come to try my new concoctions, boy?
Always the hunter's fault. That's why we get all the weapons, is to make up for the fact that we fuck everything up the rest of the time. The irony here is that our DPS is actually almost too strong. Who got munched?
We will meet again.
This is something that will probably be a thing as well. Like pure speed runs of these stuff. You know full well that people get bored and try and like speed run these raids. Speed runs of Mythic Siege of Orgrimmar will be a thing. Once everybody's got like stupid gear, if there's still sufficient enough people playing, like speed runs of these will be really quite interesting. I don't know if there's really much chance to like speed. You can't chain pull bosses, I don't particularly, because they'll reset, but you can definitely nuke stuff within seconds of it being available. When are we doing a stream Mythic run?
It is not.
I haven't quite figured it out. I'm playing it a little bit by ear because it will be a 476 only. If we do a Mythic run, it will be a 476 item level invite only. I will be sweaty about it, and I will make sure that it's, you know, max gear becomes a requirement, at least for the first run. What I don't know is just how many people would actually qualify for that just yet. This is kind of my thing, right? I kind of would want. We can obviously ease the requirements over time. And it would be nice if eventually we could get 10 of us together and just boost 10 other people, you know?
You are an orc no longer, and speak for none but
Don't you want a good cloak as well? I mean, if you force... well, this is it. Like, by proxy of having that item level, you've probably got a reasonable cloak anyway. One doesn't happen without the other. Have we done a heroic TOT on stream yet? Have we? Or haven't we? Have we not? I don't know. It's a flipping nightmare, that place, though. I've only done it a couple of times, and I don't really have any desire to do it again. In any way, shape, or form. On stream or off stream, to be fair. Although, that said, we could probably absolutely nuke it. We'll see. There's still loads of time. The only thing that's going to slow us down is if beta turns up. If beta turns up, we have a problem, but until beta turns up, we've got all the time. For anybody that hasn't done this before, I assume that's probably not too many, but if we can pew-pew the engineers when they turn up, if we don't DPS it fast enough, which we probably will, when we go into the different phases, please avoid his big slam. His slam will probably one-shot you. That's about it. Have fun. Probably kill the desecrated weapons if you're ranged. Yeah, okay, he's getting his ass handed to him. It's too silent from Blizzard for it to start this week. I'm not convinced it's going to start this week. I don't think so. I think it's just alpha's starting to draw to a close, and you know, content creators have got to get those clicks somehow, you know. Right, avoid his slam. His slam will one-shot you. Oh, hang on, he's not slamming on this one, is it? This is the other one. Ignore me. No, he is slamming, yeah. Watch out the way of his slam. GG. Enjoy your bone. Enjoy your bone. Bonelicious. Nice one, boys and girls. Well done. Speedy, speedy. Where's my Hearthstone gone? Who's stolen my Hearthstone? Oh, it's in the top. Nice. Right. I gotta take a pee. Back in 2. Thanks for the run, boys and girls. We might do... I don't know what we're going to do next. Back in 2. Alrighty. What did I get? Did I do my daily stuff on this dude? I did. I probably need to jump onto my alt, actually, get my daily stuff out of the way. 178,000 bronze so far. That's plenty, isn't it? It's plenty. Let's jump onto the alt. I would have liked by this point to have had a few more alts. I've just been pretty lazy with leveling them. My character's 3 bosses off level 70. Tomorrow. Let me get my dailies done on this dude. It's a quick and easy 10k bronze. I need to get into the habit of doing, like, smashing these out nice and fast. what's it? One scenario, one dungeon, one LFR wing. I probably should pick up the quests as well, really. That might help.
What do you want?
One of you, one of you. What? Oh, hello. Did I not even... What? Hang on. Hang on. Did I never do a scenario on this dude yesterday? What an absolute slacker. What a complete absolute slacker. Okay. Have we even got any gear on this dude yet? No, I'm not even 346 geared on this fella. Ew! Gross. There's a Mogashon Vault normal listed with 400 plus item level required. They won't have any problem filling it though. That's the thing. This is the issue, right? They won't have an issue filling the group. This is why I think leveling up a character, like actually gearing up a character to begin with before you do any of the collection stuff, was the right way to do it. Because the acceptable item level is clearly going to go up, not down. And I had this concern from the very beginning, that if you choose not to get any gear upgrades on at least one character, you might, by the end of it, find it very difficult to get a group invite for stuff, because you'll be considered a carry at that point. If there's enough people with higher item level than you to fill groups, people will start requesting higher and higher numbers, and people will request the highest number they can get away with. This is the only downside of like leveling via normal mode dungeons. You would kind of hope that people wouldn't be too fussy for normal mode stuff, but it's up to them if they do want to be fussy. There's nothing you can hope against it, but there's nothing you can do to enforce it. You know. The issue with people who are 400 item level plus is that they really should be doing heroics. You really should be doing heroic Mogashon vaults at that point, because it's worth 50% more bronze to you. I want to do normal Heart of Fear. I'm slapping some people through. Oh my god, I'm dying. No, I'm alright. I'm alright, but thanks for the offer. I'm not planning on doing much, if anything, on this dude other than the daily basics. This is it. You might think the requirements are bonkers, but it's entirely up to them, right? This is the thing. For as long as they fill the group, they're gonna, like, there's no reason to not do it. I don't disagree. It's hella annoying for lower level characters, because you're like, how the flipping hell am I meant to get in that group? Well, you're not. It shouldn't be like that, but when you let players choose... This is why LFR existed in the first place. LFR was introduced so that there was no one individual that got to choose exactly who joined the group and who didn't. Everybody was allowed in. But also, hence why the success rate of LFR is horrific. And the rewards are also very poor too. My only advice to people who struggle to get into groups is make the group yourself. Like it's the best time and place to get used and comfortable to making groups is in Remix, right? Where the actual content is borderline a joke in the first place. There's that psychological barrier to like overcome with making and setting up your own group. If it can be normalized a little bit through Remix, it'll do you well for when you get into retail as well, hopefully. Should I take this quest? There's no reason not to.
I hope to see you again soon.
Can't tell who's in this group yet. Have we got Tiny Tim Tam? Isn't a Tim Tam like a cake or something in Team NA? Tim Tam's like a Twinkie, right? I don't know. I don't think I've ever had either. It's a biscuit in Australia. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, like a penguin. Okay, now we're talking. Tim Tams are biscuits, chocolate covered ones. Okay, yeah, like a penguin. Not the Arctic animal. the chocolate covered UK biscuit. People are talking my language.
The clan who brings me their heads will have my favor. Clan Kargesh will demonstrate why only the strong deserve to stand at our king's side.
Was it wrong of me to dump almost 550k bronze into mounts? It was enough to get capped gear. No, not strictly. If that's all you wanted from the event, then this is the nice thing. There's not really a right or wrong way of doing things, but I would suspect for most people, if they want to actually like quote unquote play the game, you're gonna need some gear on at least a character to experience what the true Remix game is around. Otherwise you're just going to be stuck in like daily login, alt grinding, kind of like bronze farming sort of scenarios, right? We saw the exact same with Plunderstorm. There wasn't really a right or wrong way to play Plunderstorm, but you could very easily tell that the people that played Plunderstorm like a battle royale and tried to win mostly came out of it having significantly more fun than the people that just saw it as a 40 renown path to grind and did whatever the optimal plunder farm was of the day, sort of thing. That's not to say there's a right or a wrong way to do it. I just think there clearly is a way to get more enjoyment out of it. Most of the optimal bronze farms right now are deathly boring, but that's not going to stop people doing them.
Only Clan Heartland or Clan Kargesh would stoop to such treachery.
If you've been able to get 550k bronze without spending anything on gear right now and able to buy a bunch of mounts, you probably know exactly what you're doing in the first place, and so if you need any more bronze for any more of the cosmetics, you're probably not going to have an issue. So penguins probably taste like fish. There's a good chance. Chocolate fish. I mean, I think there's only about 600,000 bronze worth of mounts in this entire event, so it sounds like you've probably got every mount that's available now. There's some expensive toys. I know there's a handful of toys that are like 50k bronze a piece, which is madness, but sure. Then you're into the world of cosmetics, where your mileage may vary depending on what you want. I couldn't care less about any transmog, but I am a bit of an ATT whore. Meaning I often collect transmog just because it's on an AT all the things list, not because I actually want it, which is illogical in the first place. So it's the only decent biscuit in America. In Australia, sorry. Is Australia not known for their biscuits and cookies? Surely there's got to be some in. You can't survive on shrimps and kangaroo all day. What else do you eat? Oh, I should be looting these things, shouldn't I? This is what the quest's for. Whoops. Buying all the mounts I missed and the transmogs with remix specific colours. After that, when I have enough time, we'll buy the toys and the outstanding mogs. Yeah, I mean, it's this is the nice thing about collecting stuff. You can set your own targets, set your own goals. I couldn't care less about transmog most of the time, but I'll collect it if it's on a list. So, yeah. Any true Aussies that want to dispute? I'm not an Aussie, just squatting here, like the best Australians, right? ATT is the self-chosen pain in the ass. Yeah, I mean, if it's like hopping on the grenade, isn't it? You know what's going to happen, but you do it anyway. You'll always tell yourself you're doing it for a greater good, but the reality is it's just gaming suicide. all the things is not good for your health. I have to get everything in remix because it's the easiest way to get it. Well, that's also somewhat true. That's also somewhat true. There's no easier way to get stuff than collect one currency that you can acquire by doing anything. This is why I really hope they continue with this remix thing. I really hope that they replicate this for other expansions, because I do really like collecting shit for no reason whatsoever, but I also somewhat detest aggressively repetitive grinds, which a lot of collecting can often quickly get into. Either you're repetitively grinding the same mob or the same dungeon or the same boss over and over and over for a 1% drop, or you find yourself in the camp where you repetitively grind gold in order to just buy the thing off somebody else that's already done the major grind in the first place. Remix, though, is in my opinion, a very clever and a very smart way for people to collect the majority of the cool stuff from an expansion their way. You want a quest? You go quest. You want to run dungeons? You go run some dungeons. You want to, play it your way for the most part. I say for the most part because, when there's only one currency, as we're finding out, there's clearly better ways to get said currency. But for the most part, if they can get the balance close, it's really cool. I really like it so far. And I hope they choose to do a similar thing again. Just fun modes with collectibles. Yeah, I think there's loads of there'd be lots of people very happy if they were to repeat this, copy paste it for like Warlords of Draenor, Legion. Dare I say the newer expansions? I don't think Wrath, Cataclysm, Burning Crusade, I don't think people would probably like that as much, because those expansions, I can't quite put my finger on why, but those expansions just feel old, if you know what I mean. Mists of Pandaria still feels like a relatively modern experience, even though it's a decade-old expansion. So I'm not, you know, things like the quest design, the zone layouts, this sort of stuff. I think it would work. The remix would definitely work best with the newer, the more modern expansions. Much better than the old school ones, but Mob Legion and WoD would probably be the best. Yeah, I think BFA. I know a lot of people have sort of questioned about BFA, like a Season 4 BFA, Corruptions, and the likes. I just kind of think that BFA is it's too soon. Dare I say it's too soon. It's too soon to go back and do a remix of BFA. I've barely got over the fact I didn't buy the Longboy. Never mind, like, going back and remixing it. I'll happily spend a month playing Mr. Pandaria again, though, because it's a decade since I kind of did it the first time. Flippin' hell, where's me frogs at when I need them? Wanna buy a frogger? Jesus. Actually having to kill the boss like a normal person here. $72k DPS? Damn. Oof. Finally. That's the longest. I've killed heroic bosses faster than that.
Greetings. Travel safe. I hope to see you again soon.
Remix Longboy, new color, 10 million bronze. I'd be on it. I'd genuinely be on it. But there's no way of making gold. I'm slowly, and I say slowly, I'm probably going to go back on this within a matter of minutes, honestly, but I'm slowly stripping my reputation of being a pure goal maker, I think. I made a relatively active decision about a year ago that if I wanted to maintain sort of doing content creation and streaming and YouTube and stuff for more than just like a phase, if I wanted to actually get some longevity out of it, I need to do more than just making gold in World of Warcraft, because that's a niche within a niche within a niche, right? It's the gaming niche, it's the MMO World of Warcraft, and then it's a niche within that niche within a niche. Like, it's the opportunity for much growth I considered an issue, and so hence why we have been playing some other games and we've been doing some other stuff. We will still obviously switch focus to like goal making and keep it at the forefront, but I'm trying to, more than anything else these days, make it as a piece of my armor, but not the full armor set, if you know what I mean. Goal maker for life. Well, I have been gold capped in every expansion since the Burning Crusade, so there's I will still continue that adventure on. I'm slightly worried about the War Within increasing the gold cap to 100 million, because then I might have to pull my finger out again. Does the fact that I reached does the fact that I had more than 100 million in Shadowlands count? Can it be? Does that count? Wait, you're a gold farmer, didn't get the Longboy? No, I didn't.
Time to play, friends.
Just be Ranthius? Yeah. Just find shit to complain about. That's not hard on the internet, is it really? Can't really stream goal making with regional prices, and realm-based sales are not amazing. Well, this was the thing, right? I was like, okay, I saw very quickly how the region-wide auction house was changing things. And early in Dragonflight, I was like, okay, this isn't going to work long-term. Because the way that I like to play the game predominantly was sit at the auction house with crafting accounts, crafting things, and selling, like, crafted stuff. But the high turnover, high frequency auction house stuff was region wide, which presented a very big problem very quickly at the start of Dragonflight. That anything I focused on during the stream was instantly nuked into the floor by the end of the day. Which wasn't fun for me, and I don't really suspect it was fun for anybody else at the same time. Oh, I've only defeated 2... Have I only defeated 2 dungeon bosses? How does that work? Is there genuinely only 2 bosses in that dungeon I did? No. Okay, I need to do another dungeon, apparently. Sure. Oh, the first boss is bugged? Oh, is that what it is? Flipping Lord. Okay. Well, I need a heroic scenario for the Greater Bronze Cache, all the same. Ooh, an upgrade. Yoink. Hey, 180 main stat. We'll take that. Crit over haste, sure. Can somebody remind me how to get to the Isle of Giants? You fly. It is that simple. You fly. There is a flight path on there, but the first time you just fly. Head north and stop when you see dinosaurs. Speed and leech. Wow, that main procced leech. I wish the bronze discount for gear was account wide. You know what? I feel that's coming. I feel that's coming, you know. Maybe it's still a too early thing. Maybe that's something that they will open the floodgates on that soon, TM sort of style. But I think that has got to happen. With how expensive they are, you shouldn't feel the necessity to do it multiple times on multiple characters. I feel that's coming. They're probably just keeping that up their sleeves for when when they start to see the active player count drop for remix. They'll be like, oh, by the way, now your upgrades is account wide, and then that's a good way to fix the numbers in 4 weeks' time. I don't think it's particularly coming too soon, but I could technically dip now, but that feels a bit gross, doesn't it? Maybe we should complete the dungeon. This is another one of the reasons why I was quite happy to spend all of my starter bronze on leveling a character up. Because even though it's not account wide now, I suspect it probably will be. I also love being able to run faster than people on mounts. This is quite fun. See you later, loser on a mount. I need to fix all of my... Oh, I'm going to continuously be in combat. I'm not going to be able to fix this, am I?
First, you will face our initiates.
It'll be cool when it does happen, though, because having it done once And if you've got a few different characters to level 70 and not... I'm planning on not spending nearly any of my bronze until much closer to the end of the event. Outside, obviously, leveling my first tune up. But, like, at this point on, I'm just stockpiling bronze. So then if any changes like that do happen, we'll then get a new mathematical... Well, actually, it only costs 5% to upgrade, doesn't it? So what's 5% of 600,000? Like 30k? If it's only going to cost like 30,000 bronze to level up another character from level 70 to max gear at some point, that would be a good fun time to spend 30k bronze, because you could make that in a day. Yeah, maybe the upgrade, maybe the 5% upgrade cost won't be the account wide. Maybe they'll make it like 20% or something on alts. I don't know. I wonder if there's even any reason doing that, maybe. Wow, he melted.
Let me show you what spiritual power is.
Kill the regeneration ones. Kill the regeneration ones. Interrupt the regeneration. Kill the regeneration ones. It doesn't matter how much billions of DPS you do, they'll just regenerate and cause problems. Please come back and kill the regenerating ones. God damn. Or not. Gear capped. Now I can finally play the game. Hey, GG, Mikey. Well done. Welcome to Team Mythic Siege Orogrimmar. I'm just doing the one daily at the moment. I am tempted to level a twink though. Maybe we do that this evening. Maybe I'll do that tonight. It's Wednesday, right? It is Wednesday, isn't it? I usually stream twice on a Wednesday, or at least attempt to stream twice on a Wednesday. It doesn't always happen because, you know, IRL. But there's a good chance we'll be streaming again this evening. Maybe we make a twink this evening. That could be the plan of action. Maybe we get going on a level 20 trial account twink. Because I also sense that becomes a pretty lucrative way of making bronze as well. A way that is unlikely to get nerfed because it's considered a hyperspawn and just gross. Hey, I've just realised, I don't think we've had any Britney Spears today. I think my playlist is fixed itself. I don't think we've had any Britney. It's incredible. Give me the chest. Give me the chest. Okay, I'm stuck in combat. Whatever. See you later. Oh, this flipping one. Every time. Is there literally no other heroic scenario? Every time. I swear I do this one scenario about 4 times a day. Pew pew the banner, and then everybody dies. Best one, to be honest, it's fast. I mean, I don't particularly mind it, I just would prefer a bit of variancy, honestly. Oops, I aggroed shit. And my pet died. Lord have mercy. My stupid tinkers went off. Oh no, wait, I was meant to stay there, wasn't I? Whoops. got a bunch of 346 gear on my level 36 Pala now. Yeah, it's a bit of generosity, bit of charity. It means you'll have a bunch of gear ready for you at least when you're 70. If that is that you don't disenchant it all before you reach there. I think I accidentally did that on this character. I'm quite sure somebody gave me a bunch of level 70 gear and it wasn't in my bags when I reached level 70, meaning I must have accidentally broke it down at some point.
It's just northwest of here. If you hurry, you might be able to save some. Sorry, I don't know anything more.
So we saying a monk is a good play for a level 20 twink character because they do spinny things. A monk or a druid? Spin to win. Monk, demon hunter, priest. I wouldn't mind a demon hunter, but I'd quite like to level a max level demon hunter if I'm honest. But like if I make a level 20 twink on I'll just use my third account or something. I kind of want to do it on an account where I'm unlikely to resub on that account. Wow, yeah, I know Rose's input on this one. Miss Sarah Softpaw herself. Where's my pet? Stupid pet. Stop dying. Priest for Holy Nova. That could be quite funny actually. Just one-shot everything with Holy Nova. I don't know, maybe we can make a few. Should be pretty easy, right? Trade over some gems, some verse gems. GG. I do not have a pet again. Why does my pet keep dying? Can't you level 2 extra characters whilst boosting with your main hunter? It's like 100k bronze per character kind of. Yeah, probably. I've spoken about this a couple of times. I'm a little bit in two minds what to do because technically yes, I could technically be sort of. Ooh, ouch. I could technically be running 5 accounts. I could be boosting 4 alt accounts quite comfortably. That said, it's not something I'd be too comfortable also doing on stream. I'm not overly confident doing it in the first place. Now, of course, if I was to do that, you do it predominantly just queuing for dungeons, right? So you're in instances, you're outside the public eye per se. But the player base's general perception to any form of multi-boxing is so negative these days. I don't need to play with fire, and I almost rather wouldn't. I think the closest to any sort of shenanigans like that for me would be making a trial account twink. But even that, I think, even that comes with its risks, right? All it takes is a handful of people to like false report you, and your account's fucked, which is stupid, I know. Especially in a mode where it's designed to showcase doing silly things, but just look at the animosity towards froggers, right? I don't know. I don't know whether I'm being overly cautious or whether I'm being sensible because I'm in the public eye a little bit more. I don't particularly want to attract unnecessary negative attention. you'll do it when beta's announced. We'll see, maybe. Because yeah, you know, my goblin brain and my desire to have an alt army of some sort leads me, and the fact that I have multiple accounts just lying about, and even if I need to sub them all, I don't particularly care about the gold cost in subbing them for a month or so. It is an option to get a bit of an alt army pretty quickly. I don't know. Oh, you can use the sniper on this dude? Really? Not once in combat. Cannot be used while in combat. Yeah, I just generally think that an alt army is going to be so useful in the new expansion, the way things look so far. I'm so much in two minds about concentration in how it's going to actually affect the way that people play. Because there's part of me that's like, okay, for reference, I don't know how widely known this is. Concentration in a recent alpha build was adjusted to be even faster a recharge rate than what it was initially implemented as, which concerns me because I already thought it was too fast. I thought they need to slow it the fuck down. Okay, neither of these two knows to take out the banners apparently. I think a full bar of concentration should take about 7 days to recharge. I think it should be like basically an invisible, or visible I suppose you could say, weekly counter, kind of like how Dracothists work now, right? You slowly recharge, and over a period of a week you get 10 button presses or whatever. If they make concentration recharge too fast, my opinion is that if it recharges too fast, then you'll end up in a scenario where players will always have plenty of concentration, which basically creates a scenario where it's not a limited resource anymore, and so it doesn't do its design job of like limiting the amount of max level stuff you can make. If it doesn't limit the amount of max quality stuff you can make, I would argue, what's the flipping point? Just make it so that people can craft stuff at max quality and call it a day. Why have a system that's advertised as a limited resource and then don't make it limited? That's kind of my thought with this one. So I think the recharge on concentration needs to be slow. And a recent beta build made it even faster than it was before, which concerns me. But of course I've not been able to see any of this firsthand, so I'm at the mercy of other people's reporting so far. What is this concentration thing? Inspiration from... I'm assuming you understand how Dragonflight professions work now. Inspiration is going away. They're getting rid of inspiration completely. And in place we're getting this concentration bar, which is a limited resource item. It goes from 0 to 500. And you can use concentration to guarantee the next difficulty. And depending on how far away from that next difficulty you are, dictates how much concentration you need to use. So basically it leads to a scenario where you're going to try to carefully use your concentration where it's most useful. And you will probably charge accordingly to others based on how much concentration you need to use. Because let's say your whole concentration bar means you can only guarantee 5 top quality crafts, then you're going to charge accordingly. But if you become more skilled and you need less concentration per craft, you might be able to squeeze out a 6th or a 7th or an 8th, 9th, 10th max quality craft with the same amount of concentration. So they're trying to use a new system to replace inspiration to make crafting less RNG. And to get away from this kind of like, oh, well, I'll just recraft it 5 times and you'll get your max quality one that way. Somewhat like what they kind of wanted Artisan's Metal to do in the first place. But it kind of didn't work because of inspiration. So they're kind of trying to fix a problem that inspiration presented. My worry is their solution is going to be neutralized and dead on arrival if they make it recharge too fast in the first place. Because if it recharges too fast, people are never going to consider it limited. And the pricing of everything will be on the assumption that you can't charge anything for your concentration. And that concentration doesn't have any value. Which seems counterproductive to me. If you're going to instantly make it so that concentration doesn't matter, then why are they adding it? It seems this is where the balance of it is critical, and the tuning knob is how fast they make it recharge. If you use a bunch of it, how long is it going to be before you can use a bunch of it again? And that's going to need some testing and some smart eyes on it, I think, in the beta. Which we'll get to eventually. Because also, the problem with this concentration, I also think, is that Blizzard are incentivized. Blizzard know what the end goal is, right? Blizzard are going to know, and by the time beta comes out and we get to test this, we are going to know how our characters will feel once they've maxed their professions again. How is concentration? What is crafters' view on concentration by the time they have maxed professions again in the War Within? I think it's okay for them not to care about concentration by the time they're maxed, but until they're maxed, they probably should still care about concentration. Which means the only way that they can sort of stagger that progress out is actually to make it feel really limited at the beginning, so then there's more time and more room before it becomes a nothing burger. I worry that there'll be so many people that will be like scream and shout that, oh, my concentration charges in a week and I can only craft 3 things. What's the point? Well, the point is you're meant to get stronger, so then you use less concentration, so then it matters less, so you can craft more. But people won't get that. They'll still complain about it. And Blizzard tries to do things so that people don't complain most of the time. They get it wrong, but they at least try. And I just think it might be implemented quickly and in a rushed way. And in essence, I don't want another Dragonflight where it's completely pointless to play with professions because inspiration was so overpowered. You just stack inspiration and you recraft stuff. GG. Can I just nuke all gear now, pretty much? Legs. I need some better legs. I don't have any legs on me at all. But in otherwise, we can just nuke everything, right? I'm not going to bother optimizing stats on green shit. Mastery over verse, though, that's worth swapping. They've kind of set themselves up to fail again. There's no practical way to balance this with any accuracy. Either they release it... Either way they release it, somebody's going to be unhappy and it's going to get revised after launch. It's all about public perception. This can easily be solved by correctly showcasing to the player base what it is and how it works. If it's very clear and very transparent to people that you don't have much concentration at the beginning, but the design concept is that as you level up your profession, you get more of it. If they can translate the information about what it is, this is why Dragonflight was such a shit show at the beginning, because it was a huge, great big revamp of the professions, and most people stepped into the game and they didn't have a fucking Scooby about any of it. They had no idea how any of it worked, and there was so much kind of like guesswork happening. Blizzard didn't make it easy for themselves by the fact that they had flipping hidden systems that it took smart people quite a considerable amount of time to figure out even existed, never mind how they worked. Blizzard didn't make it easy for themselves when implementing a new crafting system, something that most people previously have considered something very easy to deal with and easy to work with, right? You pick up your profession, you level it to 100, and then you make shit, right? It was not complicated. Then we had everything that came with the profession revamp, and then hidden systems underneath, which the people who had figured those out had a monstrous advantage over the people who hadn't figured those out. They just need to explain to people how this shit works better. If they tell people how it works and explain people in a way that people will actually understand, then you can have these systems that feel restrictive to start with, but if people understand how to get out of that restrictive system into a flexible system. The best example is right here, right now, flipping the cloak, right? The cloak. Look at the chaos that was caused in the first few days of Panda Remix. Look at how, Blizzard lied to us. The cloak only gives us 100% experience gain. The game's ruined. The mode is broken. Put it in the bin. Start again. Look, like all of this, all of the negativity towards the cloak and for leveling alts was massive. Why was that? Well, it's because Blizzard didn't tell people how it worked properly. If they told people how it worked properly, there wouldn't have been half of that. The reality of it is now, it's actually better than what people thought it was going into it. Because if you do a couple of days of normal Mogoshon Vaults runs, your cloak is pumped to the hills, meaning your 1 to 70 speeds are potentially like sub 3 hours if you know what you're doing. It's crazy fast to level, way faster than I even expected going into this mode. But Blizzard are historically not the best at telling people how these systems work. They often will leave it in the hands of like content creators, or they'll do one blue post or one blog post that if you don't happen to read it, well, you know, if you don't read a blue post, you're never going to know how this stuff works, because they tend not to put much of anything in the game to tell you. You have to use third-party external sources to learn how the game works, or you're just confused. It's not really the best practice, but some people still don't have a clue how it works. Yeah, this is because the crafting system is not actually that intuitive. You have to spend quite a bit of time in Dragonflight digging through the profession system to figure stuff out. And then even then, there's hidden systems that work underneath it. Hidden skill value, for example, is not referenced anywhere in the game. Not a single NPC says it exists. There's nothing in game that gives you any indication that hidden skill value is a thing. But in many cases, it's the difference between crafting something profitably and not. So it really should have been explained to people. Do I still get the 40k bronze if starting a new character? You will, yeah. Once you ding 70, you should. It's meant to work on all of your alts. But, boys and girls, I've accidentally ended up in flipping Ranthius mode towards the end of this. I'm going to leave it there for now. Have I really got 100k bronze on this dude? Holy shit, okay. I'm going to leave it there for now. I'm going to go get some food in me. Probably put a little YouTube video together about today's little farming spot. And then we'll be back again this evening. We might have a little bit of a play around and see if we can make a level 20 twink. Trade over some gems. See how juiced we can get a little character. Maybe run some heroic dungeons. Get some heroic dungeon spam on the go or something. I think that could be quite fun. Get some leveling going on. Get some bronze. Because if beta does turn up this week, we might not have all that much time left in Remix before I switch focus. I asked for Ranthius, didn't I? Look, he falls out sometimes. When I start to get hungry, I get passionate about this stuff. Give me a break. Leveling alts purely through normal raids gets you about 90k bronze per tune. Yeah, it's super quick and it's super efficient. 80 to 90k bronze on a brand new level 70. Then with the option to easily get like 10k a day per character as well. Those who want to collect everything definitely have a plan and a way to do it now. Been here a while now, I know the signs. Yeah. Pretty easy to spot. But anyway, thank you, boys and girls. We will be back a little bit later. Come say hi on the Discord if you're not already there. Thank you all for joining in today. Appreciate it. And I'll catch you next time. Peace.